Hello, Twitch. Twitch, hello. There we go. Category. I hate that I have to fucking edit monetization every time. Shouldn't have cursed within the first 30 seconds. No, I shouldn't have. I need to get used to that. Apparently no bueno. Apparently that is no bueno for advertisers. You know what? Who needs them anyway? You know, it's kind of funny. I have my stream up on my laptop over here, just for like playback purposes, and it always like will autoplay like the next video on YouTube after my stream ends. And yesterday my title was do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior ECS? And then it auto played to like a bunch of like hour-long like gospel things. So it's like YouTube thought I was actually doing something religious yesterday, which I found very, very funny. Relieth, welcome in. Good morning. So after the first 30 seconds, you can list all the curse words. Yeah, they have like some rough guidelines. It's kind of vague, but yeah, they say like there's a specific clause for like no cursing within the first 30 seconds of a video. And also curse words in the title are also a no-no, I guess, or thumbnail. You attracted all of the Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses. I guess so, yeah. It'll be interesting, you know, because what happened on how I got auto-played to like religious things, like probably my video might have shown up in someone's like suggested videos else when they were watching religious things. And so they go from like watching like gospel, like Christ worship, like God is our Lord, to like, let me teach you about ECS and game dev. And I was also getting pissed off about people talking about Charlie Kirk yesterday too, so that's going to be a fun watch for someone. There's someone out there who's going to watch this and be like, why is this recommended to me? So that's going to be fun. Anyways, hello. Good morning. Let me get set up. Still getting set up here. I am continuing work on ECS. We only worship Tim Sweeney. That's right. And not because we want to. We do it because we have to. He is not a benevolent Lord. Yes. ECS. So I kind of gave in, and we're back to command buffers. I know, like I literally have like tried every bit of ECS architecture, ripped it out, and then put it back in. So we're just snip-snapping all over the place. Are you going to open your gaming company, or do you have one? I'm not really worried about it right now. I'm just having fun. That's how I'd like to keep it as well, as much as possible. Because once you do that, it's like serious, you know? You have to like create a roadmap and shit, and you have to... Gross. I just want to sling some code, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm putting command buffers back in, but this time they have blackjack and hookers. No, but this time it's going to only be for adding entity data and removing entity data, and I guess destroying entity as well. But I don't do that at all. We'll need to do some stuff like that though. But the command buffer is so back. It's not for editing data. It's not for editing data anymore, which is the key part. That was the part that was fucking up for me last time I was trying it. Bro, please take Claritin or Allegra. Is my audio fucked up again? No, audio should be fine. Why are you saying that? Don't make me think my audio isn't fine. So I think I just ran like a little test. Just ran a little testy test here. And my playback commands is not happening as frequently as I would have thought. So I think this is not happening properly. It's perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate your feedback in an actual useful manner. Just watch. Bye. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm wondering if like this. Let's throw a breakpoint. Throw a breakpoint there. Okay, so we're never reaching that, actually. Okay, well that answers my question. That does answer my question. Where is you used at? This is the one that I would be expecting to hit. Okay, so why aren't you doing nothing? Huh? Breakpoint. Interesting. They are moving properly. They are moving properly. What is this? This is game dev. Wait, where are your attachments? Where are your guys' attachments? Oh, no. Okay, we have more messed up. Now would be a good time to insert an ad. Thank you. Thank you. Automatic. Frequency. Medium. Okay, usually it pops up and tells me. Why are my attachments not working now? Oh, Jesus. So much is not working now because of this stupid command buffer. Ability system, ASC. I'm wondering if my ability system info is wrong. Is this pirate software? No, never worked for Blizzard, so sorry to disappoint. Yeah, we have the ASC there. We have the ASC. Oh my god, is that Tim Sweeney? Holy shit. Bro, who's out here making random accounts just for memes? Okay, what do I want to do about this? So, the command buffer, what it does now is, anytime I want to add entity data, the archetype of an entity changes and I need to move data around because of it. But that means doing that during processing can be slow and unstable. So I'm putting it in a queue to process before my processors process. And that has messed everything up. That has messed everything up. Everything is messed up. And I thought I could do something like this. In queue add entity data. They don't have attachments, which would be my representation processor. Would be the one who's controlling that. So there's a lot that is wrong here. We're also never reaching the removal of move to data, which we should. We should hit that at some point. And is alive. Well, first of all, I could change this because now I have gameplay tag data, so I don't even need to do this one. Hang on, let's change this. Gameplay tag entity data, yes. Or tag data Wait a second. No, this is the... Oh, that's on death. Wait, I thought I removed entity. I thought I removed this. Hang on. I didn't read this very closely. Keep that the same for now. I thought I removed move to data after I was done with the move. Is that not the case anymore? I mean, if so, then that's fine, actually. If so, then that's fine. I thought I removed it somewhere. Move to task. What do you know here? What do you do? So I returned succeeded there. That's where I mean, I assume at some point. Wait, okay, so what entity data was changing when I was trying to do the spatial queries yesterday then? Because I thought that was the whole issue. Because I turned off the move to processor and then everything was fine. Is that what I did? What did I do yesterday that made everything fine? I thought I turned off move to processor or something, right? Is that what happened? Move to processor, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Part of me kind of wants to fold the move to processor just into the stage tree task. Part of me kind of wants to do that. And you know what? Let's focus on the attachment issue. They should have attachments. Entities, ISM entities do not have attachments at the moment. Why is that? Hey, bro, welcome in. Should render, I mean, we should be getting here, basically. Should render attachments, should be true. Private, welcome. Okay. Can I just take a little peeky-boo in here? No. So, it has said rendered is true. Okay, so that makes me think that attached data is not proper. Yeah, attached data is not proper. Let's find usages of that. Let's find usages of that. So now it's like the spawning is all weird and messed up now because it like I can't just add data. If I add entity data, I don't have it immediately. I have to wait to like do anything with it. So that has meant that spawning has become a little weird. A little weird. Attach data. That's all in representation processor. Yeah, I guess nothing special happens here. Attach weapon. That might happen. That might happen. And so I guess when we go to proxy actor, let me proxy actor. Jamie, pull up proxy actor. What software do you use to stream? I want to start doing stream to stay consistent. OBS plus se.live. That's my stack. My stream stack. Where is equipment? Equipping. So we spawn equipment component, equipment data. That should be good. I think that should be fine. And then where do I like handle like, I've forgotten where I handle the default like attachments or whatever. I've never been to any interview. I am thinking of applying a remote internship. Any advice from your 10 years of experience? For the interview specifically? I would just treat it as a learning experience. Like, don't go in with the mindset of like, I really need this job. I really want to land this job. You know, I'm gonna be really upset if I don't get it. I think it's just gonna make you nervous. Just go into it with the mindset of you just got to be like, I just need to get better at interviewing. Like, back in my day, I was always interviewing at places just because I wanted to get better at interviewing. I wanted to see what kind of jobs were out there, right? I wanted to see what they were paying, wanted to see what the interviews were like, you know. A lot of them I would never even care whether or not I got. I just did it to get better, right? So I think maybe that's just it's not like how, you know, do what's ever best for you, but that's how I did it, and it led me to not being super nervous about interviews or anything. Obviously I still get like a little nervous, but and then as for like applying and getting the interview, like you should, it's really difficult today, but like you should tailor your resume to the job if you really want it, right? And just try to match as much of the shit that they're saying in the job description. Like try to put all those like keywords and shit on your resume. And then also just put like, have a project that uses like something that like some hot technology or something, you know, like right now it would be like AI. So if you can put the term AI or LLM on your resume somehow, that's gonna get you, you know, better than 75% of the fucking resumes out there. Like for me back in the day, that was Internet of Things was a big thing, or like home automation was a big thing, I remember. And so on my resume I put you know, I did a little bit of work with like a Raspberry Pi and some Python, and you know, I put on my resume that I could turn on my coffee pot from anywhere in the world, you know. Sounds cool. You know, was it that complicated? No, actually it wasn't. But it was just like a little home automation project that I could put on there. That it was also a great thing to talk about in interviews. Dwarf from YouTube here. Hello, Dwarf from YouTube. How many accounts do you have, Dwarf? How many accounts have you created? The most difficult things nowadays is to grab an interview. Yeah, I realize that, which is why I tacked on that advice. That is why I tacked on that advice. What am I doing? I forgot what the attachments. The attachments. There are no attachments. Why are there no attachments? Add entity component. Do I use that? Where do I use that at? Okay, so it has to be in my weapon, right? Are we breakpointed? I think we are. Yeah, attached data is null at this point. I knew it. Oh, wrong one. Spawn entities, init proxy actor, spawn equipment component. Init equipment component is what does the attachments. I see, okay. That's a long path to get here. All right. That makes sense though, that makes sense. Yeah, so none of that's going to be valid at this point. Why Flutter? This is game dev, my dude. What are you talking about? When you have frame rate drop, what's your first step via using a profile to identify the root cause? How do you distinguish between a CPU and a GPU bottleneck? I mean, they're on two different tracks, right? So when you look at a profiler, when you look at the Unreal Insights, there's a render frame or a render thread and a game thread. So if it's on the render thread, that's your GPU issue. If it's on the game thread, that's your CPU issue. You can also run the command stat unit is the command. It's C++ wild. Why is that wild? But the stat unit command will show you without having to look at the profiler whether your draw what is it? It's like draw time versus game time, and that'll be the difference between GPU and CPU. Oh, you're responding to the person named Wild. Oh, I see. I see. Sorry, I'm running a little slow today. Hang on, let me grab some more coffee here. Yeah, so what do I want to do about this? I can't just grab ad hoc data at this step, and it's causing a lot of issues with the spawning. I wonder, I guess initializing the, where's the spawner at? Initializing the proxy actor, I could maybe do that. Maybe do that as a part of a processor. How are you going to prevent colonies from despawning without sacrificing the performance? I mean, all that data, it like exists in memory, right? Like it doesn't just go away, right? I don't release anything, so it's still there. There's not really much I have to do about that. Like that just kind of like by default works, if that makes sense. Like despawning things actually takes effort, right? Like, cleaning things up, you actually have to write it to do that. So with what I have now, I just have to do nothing and then it stays there, right? I mean, the more impactful, the more impactful thing is like, how am I able to keep it there without it affecting performance? The answer is instant static meshes. And also, Dr. Elliott was showing me some cool stuff. He was also showing me some cool stuff about the render scene and how you can spawn meshes without ever having a component, which is very, very cool. That will make things much more efficient. So I'll have to play with that after I'm done here, basically. Is it good that I have started with Python, or should I change programming languages? That's a pretty good starter language, I think. I think Python, JavaScript, and Java are probably the three. It depends on what you want to do, right? If you want to do web dev, go JavaScript. If you want to do backend dev, Java or Python, there's some backend in Python. Python is kind of like an all-around language, right? There's a lot of different stuff you can do with Python. But I would personally pick one of those three. Like, don't pick like PHP, right? Don't pick fucking Perl or Ruby, because like there's just not that many. Don't pick Scala, you know, like those aren't good languages to learn, because there's not very many jobs for those. And I wouldn't pick C++ either. Although I know Zed would disagree with me. I literally just heard him disagree with me yesterday in his stream. And he's written books that teach people, so probably listen to him more than me. He's a guy over on Twitch, Zed A. Shaw, and he writes the learn blank the hard way, like learn C++ the hard way, learn Python the hard way. He writes all those books, which are like, they're popular books. Like those are, I have heard of those books before. So it's pretty cool. He streams and stuff. But yeah, he rated in a couple days ago. We rated him yesterday. I'm not a book man myself, but I respect the craft. Real programmers code in assembly. That is true, yeah. That should be your first language. MIPS, yeah. C#. C# is kind of I don't know. I feel like that's it's like if you want to work at Microsoft or on Unity, you can learn C#. those are your options for C#. And it's a bit more than that, but I've seen Python books to learn hard way. Yeah, you've got Zed's books. He streams over on Twitch. Yeah, so let's figure out what I want to do with initializing the proxy actor. I could just throw it in a processor, and then that means that I would have all the entity data populated by the time I initialize. And that would be good. ASM is hard for me. Yeah, I think it is for everyone. Oh, I don't want to do that though. But this is just going to have so many issues. So let me look at, is there an issue with the inventory component as well? Maybe not. God, we just have to do so much. Equip gear. God damn, this is so nested. Handle equipped, right? I'm in my final year of CS. I don't know any coding. Please guide me. Buddy, I'm sorry, but you're on your own there, buddy. You got yourself into that mess. How are you in your final year of CS and you don't know any coding? You got to get to work, my dude. There's no secret. You just got to fucking do it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're there. How did you get there? That's so crazy. What kind of school are you going? What are they fucking teaching you there, dude? Never let your how do I want to say that? Never let your education interfere with your ability to learn. And that means learn on your own. If your teachers are not teaching you well. Oh, the equipment component. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? I could just like initialize the proxy actor within. I might just pick like representation processor or something. Oh, I don't use proxy data in here, do I? It's already got so much data that it needs. We can do state tree processor. Is state tree processor is the only processor that uses proxy data now. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if I should just write something that like applies these immediately or something. Is this Python or CSS? It's actually HTML. What do I want to do about this? This is so annoying. This is so annoying. I could write a whole nother processor just for initializing the proxy actor, but that just seems like such overkill. I don't want to have to do that. And they exist in a queue, so they're going to get applied like one after another. I was already kind of thinking about writing a system where when I add entity data, like it applies all the data for an entity at once rather than like one by one. Because when it does it one by one, it literally has to move it through each archetype that one by one data creates. And that's just like a lot of effort. It works and it's fine, but it can get a bit more efficient, I think. Do I want to do that right now? I mean, that would kind of help, I think. ChatGPT is for normies. I'm not going to use ChatGPT. ChatGPT is for people who don't know how to code in their final year of CS. Cool. This is something I want an opinion on. I don't want ChatGPT to give me its opinion. Or guess at what I should do, rather. Yeah, and if I had the processor, I would need to make sure that processor runs before anything else. So there's some issue there. The equipment processor, perhaps. The equipment processor. Do I still have that stack? Yeah, let's look at that. So you go spawn equip. We init equipment component there. Maybe I could just call that somewhere. I do use it. Yeah, well, stop using it. Stop using it. Wait, you said you're in your final year of CS and you started Java 2 months ago. I use ChatGPT for ideas, not to be lazy. I like that kind of mindset. Yeah, I think AI can be great for some inspiration. I use it as well. I'm not saying like, you know, I'm not purely anti-AI. I'm just anti people coming in here and just be like, use AI the second that like I take more than a minute to think about something. that's yeah. Why are you thinking so hard? Just use ChatGPT. Yeah, I know it hurts a little bit to think for longer than a minute, but it can be done. It can be done. You got to power through. I know that these things, they're called thoughts, and I know they feel very fuzzy at times. But if you don't use ChatGPT, you can actually like do things with those thoughts. And that's what it means to be a human. The stream is now just turned into me educating young YouTube Shorts chatters. First thing you should do is get off YouTube Shorts. Also, stop doom scrolling. While you're at it, you should do that. I haven't done a damn thing here. I haven't done a damn thing. Init equipment component. I could like... Couldn't I delay that a frame? I could do like some async task or something. Now, if I do an async task on the thread I'm already on, can that delay it till the end of the frame? Let's find out. Let's find out. Maybe that's a little hack that we can use to do it. Okay. All right. Yes. Do I have a breakpoint there? I don't, and that's probably okay. Do we have attached data here now? No, we don't. Okay, so that didn't work. That didn't work. I don't think it did, at least. God damn. So probably, I guess the async task will just run. Oh, Jesus. Ah, okay, no, they don't have attachments. They don't have attachments. F, okay. F. That would have been nice for that to just work. That would be nice. I could go to a background thread and then go to the back to the game thread. That would be that would effectively do it. Yeah, I don't so let me take a step back and kind of explain what the issue is here. So, or I'll just talk about what I'm working on, I guess, too. So, I'm working on a video game, obviously. As a part of my video game, it's a RPG Colony Sim Roguelite, and it's got procedural terrain, and the world is very large. It's very large. And I want to run the whole world, right? Like, I want the whole thing to be running, or at least as much as possible. Which means I need a way to run thousands and thousands of NPCs very efficiently. In comes ECS. This is a data-driven architecture to do so. There's some very specific things you have to do as a part of that architecture, as a part of getting those performance benefits, right? And I've been refactoring the ECS system that I've built. There is one built into Unreal Engine. I didn't like using it very much, so I built my own. And I've been refactoring it a bit. I wanted spatial data queries. So a lot of my processors, which are things that just like run over archetypes, an archetype is an entity that has a specific set of data, right? Like there's all these different little data pieces, and the different combinations that those can be in are different archetypes. And so that's fine. It's all well and good. Now the issue is whenever you add or remove entity data at runtime, then the archetype changes and you have to move the data around to the different archetypes. Why do we do that? It makes iteration very efficient when we get to the iteration part of it. So the moving data around makes it unstable. So that makes spatial data queries a little bit harder because I have to maintain a spatial data grid. You know, for instance, if I want to do like an aggro radius for these entities, for each entity, I need to iterate over each other entity and check if they should aggro that entity, right? Without any spatial data query, I would have to iterate over every other entity in the world, every single other entity in the world. That's very inefficient. So I did build my own little chunk processor that divided the world into a 3D grid and partitioned the entities into each one. That way I only needed to iterate over the local ones, but the way I did it was a bit inefficient as well. Because I wasn't doing it as a part of my entity subsystem, it was kind of like outside of that, so I was still having to do these kind of ad hoc data lookups, and I wasn't able to iterate efficiently over the nested loop, the nested entities. And so I wanted to kind of like build the spatial grid part into the entity subsystem itself, such that I can actually do efficient iteration. Okay, you with me still so far? I'm getting close to what I'm working on. So doing that nested loop and maintaining that spatial data grid is difficult and inefficient when the data is changing all the time. You know, the adding and removing of entity data when they change archetypes. That makes it a pain. I was trying to do that yesterday and I was hitting bugs. So in comes the command buffer, which is what I'm working on right now. The command buffer, it's a queue that you add to. You add a command whenever you want to add or remove entity data. So whenever you need to add a new piece of entity data or remove it. That way it gets processed at a certain part in the frame, not while processors are processing. And that way your data is stable during the duration of your processor's processing. That's important, makes it efficient. The spatial data grid, won't change during the lifetime of a frame. That's good. That's what we're going for. But how I wrote all my code before, particularly with spawning these things, is what I'm dealing with now. When I spawn things, I go through and I add all that data and stuff. So this is me, like I have some assets that I use to like build out the entity datas, the I call them archetypes as well. But like here's like, this is like what you can see. I like select the different kinds of data that I want when an entity spawns, but I need to add all those and I need to set them up. Some of these pieces of data require some setup, like my attachments, right? My equipment component. I need to like for what equipment I want on the entities, I need to attach that. And attaching that requires entity data. Now the problem is, because of the queue, I no longer can just add data and then have it immediately and then make edits on that data, which is what I do for spawning. I have to queue adding the data, put it in the queue, and then wait. And I have to wait. How many NPCs do you run here? I'm just running two. This is 2,000 right now. This is 2,000 just for testing. Is it out yet? No. Oh no. Oh no. Doesn't even have a name yet. But yeah, so now I don't have immediate data, and that means I'm just gonna have to change how I spawn things. And it's not like a difficult thing to solve. Like I said, I could just create a new processor and initialize the proxy actor, but it's just it just feels overkill. None of the solutions feel good. They feel a little messy. They feel a little overkill. They feel a little unnecessary, you know. I don't like any of them. So that's why I'm like sitting here struggling with this. Like, it's not that I don't know how to solve it. I do. I just don't like any of the solutions. And so like specifically what's happening now is like when I spawn the data, I initialize the proxy actor. When I initialize the proxy actor, this is where I add like components and stuff, including my equipment component. Now, I have some defaults on here, character defaults. This includes the default equipment. Great, default equipment. When I initialize, I need to call init equipment component, and that will equip the default equipment. But as a part of that, we get all the way down to my weapon. When my weapon gets equipped, it calls attach weapon. And then you can see here, this is where it will try to attach the entity. Or it'll try to attach the attachment. And it's not going to be there because this attached data is queued up. It doesn't exist yet on the entity subsystem. Why do you want to build this game? Because it's fun. I enjoy doing it. How Total War games and RTS games utilize so many entities on the screen. This exact thing that I'm working on. They use ECS as well. That is primarily how it's done. Their units do share like things for like, I think like there's a lot of shared pathfinding specifically. Why are you guys all stuck? All the green guys are stuck. Okay, there's a state tree issue as well. Interesting. But see, there's just so many issues that are popping up due to how the changes happened. What if you pass data from queue, just send to array and check if data is in array or not? Not quite following what you're saying, but I think what you're saying is why can't you just check if it exists or not? I do. I check if it exists or not. It doesn't exist yet. So I have to find a better time to call it. And that's what I don't like any of those solutions. Don't like any of those solutions. Thanks for the subs today, guys. Welcome in, everyone. Appreciate you. Appreciate y'all hanging out. I kind of just want to like do the proxy actor initializer, I guess. That seems like the cleanest way. It is a bit overkill, but it's clean and it makes sense. Easy to follow. I could even spawn the proxy actor there too, so I wouldn't need to do the setup here. I could even just call it an entity initializer processor, and then all of this would kind of move out. And just make sure that's the processor that runs first. What's a green NPC and what's a yellow NPC? Oh, they're just two. They have two different state trees. One's like a full-fledged colonist, and one's just like an enemy entity that doesn't really have much logic other than combat in the state tree. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna write an initializer processor. Kind of don't like that I'm doing this, but it seems like the cleanest way forward. This is going to be entity initialization processor. And let's just call it init entity processor. That's a lot shorter of a name. Still makes sense. Init entity processor. Okay, let's write some actual fucking code today. Huh? How about we do that? Okay. Subsystem for each. Literally just f proxy. We would want the ref version, so we would want just the ref version there. And then let's give it a scope name. Give it a scope name. We also want. Let me see here. I guess I still need to, in the spawner, attach the spawn location. Otherwise, it's kind of lost. Also, I don't get the mob spawn definition here. Fuck my ass. Do I do anything with that? I think I do. No, I don't. Okay. I do pass the CDO in, though. Wait, what am I fucking doing here? Getting a blank pointer? Wait, how is that even working? How is that even working? Can it infer the template there? The template type? I could just add another piece of entity data. I would need to like register it and everything too. Like a piece of initialized data. Maybe this isn't so clean anymore. Dude, I don't like any of the ways to solve this. I don't like it. Yeah, I could create a new piece of entity data. All this just to like get up-to-date data. Ugh. Ugh. I guess I can do it in 2 steps. Init proxy actor, and then like spawn components and shit. So we can split this into 2 parts, I suppose, is the cleanest way at the moment. Spawn components. Oh, I already have a spawn components. Okay. Init components. There we go. Yeah. Super, super meaningful. Init components. Do all that there. Okay. So we init the proxy actor. I guess we'll spawn it here as well. And we just need like... I guess I need a flag for like... Actually, I don't really want this to run if there aren't any, so maybe I should have a piece of entity data. That way it won't even run. Entities, proxy actor data. Yeah, maybe I should just create some initialization information. God, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like it. Do 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 do. I could just like re-add the data within here, which feels weird. Especially if there's multiple weapons, that's just going to override things. So no, we can't do that. We can't do that. Weapon actor CDO, this is all fine. It's the attached data and avatar data. Dude, this is literally only if it's an actor. Hang on. This is literally... Is this only if it's an actor? No, it's just checking the default object. I feel like I shouldn't actually need to rely on this, honestly. Actually, I kind of feel like I shouldn't have to rely on that. I guess the bigger issue is that they never got added to this attached components thing. Add entity component attachment. The only place it's called. Go wow wow. Thank you for the follow. So we just create some like bare bones attach info. Yeah, this is specific to the skeletal mesh, which is not always the case. So I definitely don't need to do this here. Because in my representation processor, that should handle that information. I literally just need to have it added to the array. That's literally all I need at that point. Anyone who uses Ryder gets a free follow. That one is yours. Hell yeah, Ryder is goated. That is true. So yeah, if those of you who are doing game dev and are still using Visual Studio, pop it. Not as good as Ryder. And Ryder's free now for non-commercial use, so no reason not to try it. So, okay, that's all fine and good, but I still have an issue of proxy actor not, it doesn't have attachment data. Give me one moment. Ari Arbinson. said years ago the Unreal Engine isn't free. It cost 1 license of Visual Assist. He's working for Epic now, but back then he was like, okay, cool. Yeah, so I could just like create some attachment data. I mean, attachment data and equipment component kind of do go hand in hand. They kind of do go hand in hand. And really, I guess what I would need to do here is I would just need to create the entries for, let me see here, f attach entity data, attachment data. Equipment component, we can just do equipment component. Default equipment. Equip entry. Which is a what now? Equipment slots, and here let's structured binding that. Equip slots, and what's the other one? Soft class pointer of my equipment. So the equip slot and the equip. The equip slot and the equip. And so I guess I just need to, what was on the attached data? Go through attach components, get the scene component. Which, what was I adding with the scene component? The static mesh of the equip, which comes from the weapon mesh component. So I guess I would need to like, I guess I would need to like cache it or something. Not cache it, cast it, I mean. So I need to basically just initialize all those entries. Weapon actor CDS. So I would need to like do this basically. Don't know that I actually care about that other stuff. So we'll see. I just want to see if this works. This doesn't feel very clean at all. If auto weapon equals cast, yeah, give me that. Whip dot get. When does this get like created? It should, I guess that should be created already. Reconan, welcome in. We're just gonna assume that that's valid at this point. Just to see if it works. Add component attachment, weapon mesh component. Which is and then I would need to get static mesh. Wait, do I need to actually get the static mesh or just the? I guess I would need to kind of do a little bit, right? We would need to add some attach info. Let me grab that. Static mesh component, which is weapon mesh component. I don't think I need any of that at the moment, because that will get populated, I believe. Right, attach socket name. Let me find that. Wait, do I actually need this information? Maybe I do actually need this information, after all. Shit. Okay. Shit, I do need that. Okay, I guess what I'm doing here I think I'm getting the... I guess I kind of... hey, stop it. You're okay. I guess I am actually needing to do this, because I'm getting, like, the... I suppose I'm getting the relative transform here to the actor. Of, like, the relative transform of the equipment to its like, parent actor. So I guess I do need to do that. I think I do need to do that, actually. Bro, fix your bugs first. What do you think I'm doing right now? You think I'm not fixing bugs right now? I could pass in entity data here with which to do the attaching on. But yeah, it's like prop drilling basically. Okay, now I'm kind of back on the initialize entity train here. Kind of back on that vibe. Yeah, let's go back to initializing the entity with like some initializer data. And that way I can do all of the proxy actor initialization there. Okay, so let's create a new piece of fucking entity data. Let's do it. We're just gonna do it. Just bite the bullet. I should have done this, you know, fucking an hour ago. Init entity data. Okay, we have init entity data, and I will need to put things on there. Like the CDO, the U entity archetype. U entity archetype. Yeah, include. You can be a T object pointer archetype. We'll need to add that. Thank you for the subs. Welcome in. So add that. We need to register it as well. Yeah, F init entity data. Register that in the spawner. In the spawner, I will add all of this information. Init data. This is effectively what we need to do, but init data dot archetype equals CDO. I also probably need the spawn location. Maybe I just pass the entire spawn entity struct there. No, that's a little too much. Yeah, just spawn location is fine. Init data spawn location equals, yes, that. So then we can initialize the location data as well. Spawn entity struct. The mob spawn definition, I suppose, is the only thing that we're missing there. Oh, the proxy actor. Well, that should be proxy defaults. Proxy defaults. Yeah, I mean we can put the proxy the default actor. But that's on the CDO. That's on the CDO, so we're fine. The mob spawn definition I'm not actually using for anything. Spawn into destruct mobs. How big is the mob spawn def? 40. Okay, we'll handle that. Init data dot mob spawn definition. There we go. Okay, so now all of this can basically just happen within our init entity processor. Do that there. And so we'll also be grabbing finit entity data. And we're not going to make any changes to that actually, but we will remove it at the end of this. So let's just do const ref there. I will need location information as well. Location entity data. There we go. Very good, very good. Let's grab the entity as well. Okay. Location entity data. Rather, we can just edit the location with the init data dot spawn location. That's all we'll need to do with that. Init data dot archetype. There we go. So we have the proxy defaults, and then we can add this to the capture list. That's what we can do first. CDO then becomes init data archetype. Mob spawn definition. Init data dot spawn location. Proxy actor entity data. Then we don't need to queue add data there anymore. Now, okay, I think that's all well and good, but what we do want to do is subsystem remove entity data for finit entity data, because we no longer want to init it anymore. No initialization can happen, which is a requirement of this processor, so this processor will no longer run. Okay. Let's see how that goes. Oh, and I need to, hang on. I need to revert a couple of things here. Hello, please. Okay, that's good. Now let's build. Now let's rebuild. Oh, right. I hate that I need that on every piece of entity data that's registered, at least. Can I grab one from a different piece of thingo? Give me that. Okay. 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 Try that again. Okay. Yes, I am working on a game. It is Unreal Engine. It is C++. Good luck, bro. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. And part of that, I want to simulate or run the whole world. Thousands and thousands of NPCs. It's a very large world. And so I am writing my own ECS for that. And ECS is just like, it's an architecture, data-driven architecture for very efficiently running thousands and thousands of NPCs. And so I'm just making some modifications to it, some refactors, working on a command buffer now, which kind of requires me to change how I spawn entities, because spawning is kind of like a latent thing now. So I no longer just have data immediately when I add it. It has to be added at a specific point in the subsystem process to make sure that the system is stable overall. Okay, so I need to add the init entity processor, and we need to make sure that that runs first. And I don't need to add any of the data. Well, I should have actually gone through here and... I guess proxy actor data... Ooh, proxy actor data actually didn't get added. Proxy actor data actually never got added. F. Yeah, a lot of them don't get added until a couple frames later, actually. Is it okay if I queue add proxy actor data here, actually? I think so. Let's try it. This is JetBrains Writer. You add entity data, proxy actor data. Well, entity proxy actor data. Thank you. Okay, let's run live coding there. Okay. Okay, so now that should be dandy, I hope. Cross your fingers, pray for me. Pray. Okay, yeah, skip that. Okay, they have attachments. They don't look right, though. They are quite motionless. Are we moving and grooving? Actually, it does look right. Yes, it is a JetBrains IDE. Yeah, so I think we're actually good now. I think we're actually good now. I feel like spawning kind of actually happened a little bit more efficiently as well. Yeah, let's oof. Uh-oh. What do we have here? What are we doing here? Ah. So I guess there's a frame where we don't have... There's a frame where we don't have the data there, which is fine. Thanks for the subs, guys. Welcome. Welcome in to the channel. I was hoping to... Yeah, we're gonna actually do a trace while we spawn here. So it's like super laggy during spawn. Spawning things is kind of laggy. And I would never spawn this many things all at once, so... Yeah, I think it happened faster. I think the spawn is actually happening faster. It's still laggy, but it's the overall spawning is finishing faster. So where did spawning... I'm gonna guess this is where spawning started to happen, this big blippy boy here. Yeah, the init entity processor is indeed spawning things. Yeah. So it like does a bunch there, and then what? We're like doing a bunch of waiting for like a while. Yeah, what happened in between there? Nothing happened for a while. I guess the reason it's happening faster is because I'm no longer doing because the spawner is like, hey, spawn 20 per frame or something like that to like make it a little smoother. Spawn entity, yeah, like max num to spawn per frame. Unreal Engine takes quite a toll on your PC. Not really, no. Just depends on the kind of game you're making. A lot of misinformed Unreal Engine takes out there, so don't buy into that. I mean, it's fine. I don't really care. Like, I don't care if it. I don't really care if it takes too long. So I think I'm fine with that. I think I'm fine with this. I think it's working now. Not my preferred way of handling this, but it does work. I believe it does work. Yeah. Well, let me make sure it's not actually running once we're done spawning. Let me double check that that's working correctly. Okay, we're spawning. Spawning. Okay, there we go. Now we're good. Are we getting here at all? No. Perfect. Okay, so it does remove the data. It does remove the data. Okay. Let's just like wait a bit, because I did see some issue where the green guys would get stuck eventually. And I feel like there's an issue with the hangy state tree. Like, they have a hunger, a food and sleep value, and so when they get too hungry, they start to look for food. And I think in this level they get stuck because like there's nothing. And I actually don't know why, but there's nothing in this level to eat. So they get very stuck. We're just gonna wait for a little bit here. Can anyone say what's going on here? What's going on here is I'm doing some testing for my ECS system that I'm working on. So an ECS is it's a data-driven architecture to very efficiently run thousands and thousands of NPCs. I have 2,000 here. There are 2,000 right there. And I just made some changes to it. And so now we're gonna make sure that those work. I'm just kind of letting this soak, making sure that nothing goes wrong here. This is Unreal Engine. My PC is not that great. I have a 7700X Ryzen and a 3080 Ti, 64 gigs of RAM. So it's not a bad PC by any means. I don't know, is that like mid-range now almost? It's high mid for sure. It's on the higher side of mid. For modern hardware, I would say. But I'm no authority on PC specs. Yeah, I was reading a thread this morning on the gaming subreddit about how bad Unreal Engine is, and it's just like so many misinformed people out there about Unreal Engine and how bad it is, and Unreal Engine is the problem. And I'm not going to sit here and say that Unreal Engine is perfect and has zero problems, but like in terms of performance, sure, they can do things better, but like so many people just think that like slapping Nanite and Lumen. First of all, they think Lumen. I saw someone say Nanite and Lumen are things. What they were trying to say is that Nanite and Lumen were things that you turn on and it makes development go faster, but isn't as efficient. And I'm like, well, first of all, Nanite is pretty efficient for what it does. There's actually plenty of cases where Nanite will perform better than traditional LODs. There are plenty of cases where it won't perform better. But it's not like that much worse. Nanite in virtual shadow maps is not that much worse. In most cases. And in some cases, it can even be better. And Lumen, that's a complete misrepresentation of what Lumen is meant for. Like, Lumen is like a whole like dynamic lighting thing. Like, I'm no authority on the rendering side of Unreal Engine either, so take what I'm saying with a grain of salt as well. But Lumen is not for, that gives you nothing in terms of development efficiency. Like, that's a stylistic thing. It like adds bounces to the lighting. So like, that's like, Lumen is a next generation lighting technology. So yeah, no, like, yeah, turning on Lumen will tank performance. But that's like if you want your game to look really good, that's what you do, right? You don't need to do that to make your game look really good. I should say that, caveat there. What are those cases about Nanite? Can you give us examples? I mean, no, not really. I can kind of talk about it generally because I don't have a full understanding of it. But like, Nanite is virtualized geometry. So what that means is like, well, let me talk about how things worked before Nanite. How things worked before Nanite is that what you would do is you would create like your full resolution model that has like a lot of vertices on it. You know, that's expensive to render, right? And so that's the model that you show only when the player is super close to it. Now you create LODs, which are levels of detail to that model, where you just start reducing the triangles, you start reducing the vertices, you start reducing the polys. And that's what you switch to that. You can swap to that when it's farther away and you don't really notice the difference, right? So that's how it used to work in the past. Now with virtualized geometry, it handles all of that for you. Like, it only renders what it needs to. And so it's like, if you use Nanite, first of all, one caveat is that you can't use, or you shouldn't, I should say, shouldn't use transparency anymore, because that tanks performance on Nanite. Because you want to fully model everything. Like, even if you're doing Nanite grass, that grass, traditionally, it would be a card where most of that card is transparent color on a material, and then some of it is colored in. That would be the blades of grass would be like the colored in part, right? And so like one thing to make Nanite more performant is to not use translucency at all, transparency. And you want to actually model those blades of grass and put polys on the blades of grass, right? It's like the old way is like each polygon has overhead to it, but with Nanite, that's not really, like, there's more to it, and more that I don't understand. But in general, like, the polygon, you're no longer like bound to a polygon resolution, because the entire scene that we're looking at gets like virtualized, and there's like this upfront pass that it does to like calculate what polygon, like, it creates its own scene polygons, if I'm not mistaken. And again, please take all this with a grain of salt. Oh, see, look, now they're getting hungry. Now they're getting hungry. So they're all like running around and getting stuck. I think that's just an issue with this level, though. But anyways, Nanite, like, it does like a pre-pass. So there's a level of overhead, a level of cost for that like pre-pass where it virtualizes the scene. But then after it does that, if everything is Nanite, like, it will only render what it needs to. And so, like, doesn't matter what your polygons are at that point, because it's all virtualized. And so, like, it can be a development efficiency increase in that you don't need to create LODs anymore. But there is that upfront, you know, overhead. And so, yeah, there are some scenarios where traditional LODs are going to be more efficient, but it's like you need to do all one or all the other. From what I've seen, if you're doing that upfront Nanite pass, if you're not doing everything Nanite, then like it's a little bit wasted effort. It's a little bit of wasted effort. Like, you're not using that pre-pass to its fullest extent, and so you're just paying for overhead, and you're not using it for your entire scene. To my understanding, what Nanite does, rather than pre-computing full LODs for the whole model, it renders polygon clusters that individually LOD themselves based on what the camera needs. Yeah, I don't know the specifics of it. We can turn on like the Nanite visualization here. Which, where the hell is that? We can look up like here's the clusters, right? This is the nanite. All these entities are nanite, right? And I guess you can kind of see how it like creates LODs there, right? Did you see Hell Is Us landscapes? They have so much foliage. They use UE5. Any idea what they are doing for the foliage? I mean, I have a bunch of foliage too. You can they're just instanced meshes, right? Just instanced meshes. And then they probably just spent time optimizing it, making sure they're using the right assets and whatnot. We can also just look at the triangles and stuff here. So this is all like the nanite info. Do the overview so you can see all of it. Why is there some overdraw on these guys? So from my understanding, the overdraw is bad. It means there's some, if I'm not mistaken, that means there's some level of transparency that I shouldn't be using. But I'm not like 100% sure. So yeah, please take everything I just said with a grain of salt. Yeah, for me, I'm gonna say I'm not gonna use Lumen, but I will probably use Nanite. Especially with how much procedural stuff. Why are they all congregating at 0-0? Stop that. Oh, they're all green guys, which I think are broken in this level, so. Kind of mind-blowing that they're not even AAA. Well, I mean, this is just an example of like, this is why UE5 isn't inherently bad, right? Like, Hell Is Us team clearly spent time where they needed to, right? So, UE5 is not inherently bad. Look at Hell Is Us. Look at Expedition 33. Look at fucking... What other games have come out? I don't even know off the top of my head. But I'm sure there's a bunch of... Fucking Mortal Shell. Where's Adder at? I'm sure Mortal Shell runs great. Haven't played it, but I'm sure it runs great. Transparency, or they're not batching. Yeah, I like I said, I don't fully understand Nanite. I do need to do some more looking into it. I can't imagine that these are using any transparency at all. Maybe the weapon? Well, no, because it was all on the bodies of the people. Find parents. Is there transparency here? It says it's opaque. See, I don't know. So yeah. Yeah, not sure why the overdraw is happening, but yeah, that's all. Like, I haven't really touched the rendering side of the engine very much, so. These are paintbrushes at the end of the day, and we're the painters. Exactly. That's a great way to look at it. Sylar, welcome in. Do you even overdraw? Apparently I do a lot. And like none of the meshes I use, even though I have nanite ticked on, like they all use transparency in my world. So, which we'll show that real quick. Let's grab a new seed. 7-11. We're at seed 7-11. So there's my terrain. And yeah, all the meshes are nanite here. And there are a lot spawned. Like you can see, I do distance call the grass because the grass is transparency based. I'm just distance calling it for now. But the trees, like the trees actually have transparency on them as well. So this nanite scene probably is quite bad. Where's nanite? Where's nanite? Nanite visualization. Overdraw. Yeah, it's like everything is just a fucking hotspot. Very little overdraw in the caves though, so that's good. You like lubricating the dev process. Expedition optimization wasn't good though. My 3070 was burning. I mean, what frame rate were you getting? Were you getting 60 FPS with a 3070 on a brand new game that looks amazing? I mean, on a 3070? I mean, that seems fair to me. Speaking of overdrive, I went crazy with the procedural voxel system in Unity, where every chunk real-time calls internal quads and stitches the chunk into a single mesh with less than 0.1% overdraw. Cool. What was the compile issue you were trying to debug recently? If it's the one I'm thinking of, it was like when I removed the sorted parameter. I don't know why. Something to do with imports, but we fixed it, so. Just had to go through one by one and do my changes and compile and see which ones were causing the issue. Was not fun, but we got through it. Okay, so I think we're probably good. I think I can commit the command buffer. I think we can commit the command buffer here. Okay, let's say, what do I want to say here? Implement add/remove entity data command buffer. Okay, so we've done that. Commit anyway and push, yes. Okay, let me unshelve now my spatial queries here. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need to do some merge conflicts here. Playback commands. Oh, Jesus. Okay, hang on. Should create subsystem. That's already up there. Oh my God, this is a mess. Okay, so I need to now copy everything over here. And put it over here. Yeah, put it right there. Remove entity from spatial grid. Put that there. Destroy entity. I guess that's fine. Oh yeah. X that. We put that over there. Do I need that now? Maybe. Maybe. We'll just get it merge conflict and I'll decide if we need stuff later. Oh, I think I forgot an import or something. Tick. Process entity, playback commands, sure. All of that information. That. Not that. Command. Do I not have command? There we go. I forgot commands. There we go. Yeah, make those protected. What did I make? What change did I make there? Add entity data. Let's not do that. Okay. Are we good? Changes. We are not. We are very much not good. I see some boo-boos. We just need to import, yeah, location data. I guess let's just rebuild and see how it works here. Kicking butt on this, by the way. Thank you. Feels like been a couple weeks of refactor, but I see the vision. Yeah, it has taken longer than I thought it would take. But I feel like I'm feeling better and better as time goes on about it. And yeah, like the refactors I'm making, I think it's going to be really nice to get everything into the ECS system. I find that I kind of had like this thought the other day, like with the ECS system, there is a specific way that I have to do things. Like I shouldn't just be I shouldn't just be creating components and actors and just U objects and then just like kind of attaching those together however I can, or you know, in a way that makes sense. Like everything should be a piece of entity data. There should be a processor where logic, business logic happens, or gameplay logic happens, right? But I actually kind of like that in a way. And I think it's for the same reason I like something like Redux. If there's any web developers out there, you're probably familiar with Redux. It's a state management framework. And it's like the difference between Redux versus MVC architecture. Model view controller it's supposed to be a web architecture, but like having one way to do something, like it's less flexible, but it actually makes things like really easy to understand in a way. Because it's like everything is always in gameplay logic. Where is that? It's in a processor, right? Like, and for Redux, the equivalent to that would be like, hey, business logic. Where is business logic? It's in a reducer somewhere, right? It's in a pure function reducer with 0 side effects and immutability. And it's like it's a huge, and like if you're doing like MVC, like, because we have an old app that's in MVC at work, and then we have a new one that's in Redux, and the Redux one is like a million fucking times easier to navigate and understand. And it's because you don't have all these controllers and things getting injected and passed around all over the place. It's like you try to follow code in an MVC architecture, and the C in MVC is controller, which is like business logic, but it's just like the controllers inject other controllers, multiple controllers take in multiple models, and it turns into a web. And it's like, yeah, you can just spend the time to architect that correctly. Not sure that business logic should be in the reducer. In Redux? I can 100% assure you that's where it should be. Business logic should be disconnected from framework. I don't think you understand what Redux is if you're saying that. Framework in detail. I mean, business logic has to go somewhere. Whether it's MVC or a reducer, you have to put it somewhere. And the framework influences that. So that's not true. Like your business logic belongs in the controller in MVC. That is part of the framework. The framework is influencing that. Like not having your business logic, not having your framework influence where your business logic is going to lead to an even bigger mess, because it's like you're not following the framework at that point. But the benefit of putting business logic in a reducer versus a controller in these two different architectures is that a reducer is a pure function. A pure function means that it takes inputs and it provides an output, right? And it means that there are 0 side effects. So nothing changes. Nothing changes, right? There are no side effects that can happen, or should. You shouldn't be writing side effects. And everything is immutable. Redux is part of React Stack. It's UI specific. Yeah, but every UI has business logic in it for how it works. Ripper, I'm not talking about politics on this channel, man. But the point I'm trying to make is that in these architectures that give you more freedom, it actually creates more problems because that freedom requires you to architect it well, and it requires a lot more diligence. And even on a team of, you know, really good engineers, one of our apps is a mess because of it, because it's like everyone draws the line somewhere differently, you know, on like, oh, this belongs here, and like the, you know, separation of concerns and principles of like, you know, single responsibility and stuff like that, like those are actually kind of subjective when you get into it. Did you read clean code? I haven't read it, no. Data-oriented design is kind of nice because you're like, oh, this file handles everything that's processed this way. Factoring things against trivial because, well, you're just like, oh, I want to do this item be consumable, so I add a consumable data component to it. Yeah, but it's just, I mean, like, I think the reason it is refactorable and it is easy to understand is because there's one way to do everything. Like, there's one place everything has to go, right? Business logic should be physically separated from the framework according to clean code. Yeah, I mean, I don't fully agree with everything. I don't know all the tenets in the clean code doctrine or manifesto, but I do know that I've seen some of them over the years and I've been like, yeah, I don't agree with that. And business logic being physically separated, like there's even some subjectivity in that. There is some subjectivity in that statement. And it's like, you could argue a reducer is physically separated from the framework. Are you making your own ECS or using framework? I am making my own ECS. Meaning what? Just like strict binding? I assume you don't mean strict one way. I'm not sure what you're responding to. I wish I knew what you were responding to. Yes and no, it was written that business logic should be in clear code unit blocks, which will be able to test via unit tests. I mean, that's like such a generic statement too. I mean, I don't disagree with that, but like that statement is like so subjective. Like there's no, that statement, like you could effectively just not say that statement and the world is no different because of how subjective that statement is. Do I need to be good at math to do programming? No, you can do web dev. Web dev doesn't really require that much math at all. So good long-standing projects have architectural principles. Yeah, I mean, look, I look at the two front ends and the two back ends. We have two back ends for each of these two front ends that we have, and like, yeah, our new ones are so much better because we picked a really opinionated architecture that forced us to do things a certain way, and that had less flexibility, and that has made it so like we have to spend less time designing now. Because it's just much more straightforward as to where things need to go, where it's like, if you're in this old like MVC approach, it's like, oh, well, this logic should go in this controller. Well, no, we should do a new controller about that. Well, we need these two controllers to talk to each other. Okay, so we should make an oracle for that. And it's just like, I hate dependency injection. I hate anything that introduces spooky action at a distance or lowers locality of behavior. And I understand you have to accept some of that to make progress, but locality of behavior is like the most important thing to me. And Redux is a lot better at that. Clean code is not a silver bullet. Real life is tough. Here's your data, here's your system. Yeah. I mean, that's like, there's very little design that needs, like, I'm just looking at the two worlds that my team are in. And we have to spend much less time designing things in our new app because there's less ambiguity, less subjectivity. We don't have to like worry about how things are injected all over the place and where X should go or Y should go. Like we don't have to worry about all these solid principles, right? I forgot what it stands for, but it's all like the object-oriented shit. And I actually kind of hate object-oriented programming, at least in web dev, because like, I think object-oriented programming is great for games because games are incredibly hierarchical, but like for like enterprise software, like object-oriented programming kind of sucks, I'll be honest. Because like for the most part, you don't need multiple instantiations of things. Like you just need one class. Like you need singletons basically. And so I prefer a much more functional approach. And I'm not saying that you should entirely do one or the other, but you know, I've worked on teams where it's like they've put an interface on every single class almost, and even though there's only one of them. And it was like, oh, it's like so we can decouple it and we can pop things in and out. I'm like, well, yeah, but now it's just a fucking pain in the ass to work in this fucking app now, because I have to like having to like learn an app that has like interfaces on every class is such a nightmare. Like you'll have like 60 fucking tabs open trying to walk through this code base and figure out what connects to what, you know? It's like decoupling can actually be bad when taken to the extreme as well. You should be able to delete React dependency from the project, and business logic unit tests should run. Yeah, I mean, Redux does not inherently require React. So that would be true for Redux. Fully separated can mean a lot of things. Most of the time it just means it exists on a separate domain layer. Yeah, that's probably more realistic than like the hardcore, like physically separated. You should delete. I'm like, I don't know. That's not realistic. Controllers should be slim. They should not have any business logic. Piotr, I don't understand what kind of world you're working in where your controllers don't have any business logic. Like, what do you think business logic is? Because like, business logic is stuff that is specific to your application, that is specific to like how it's solving what do you have in your controllers if not for business logic? And then where is your business logic if it's not a part of the MVC architecture? Where is it? It sounds like you just have like a really light front end and most of your work is done on the back end. If I had to guess what kind of world you're in, I'm gonna guess that's what it is. A really, really light front end that all it does is display data from the back end. And yeah, in that case, you wouldn't really have much business logic. But that's not, like a lot of front ends do a lot of really opinionated things that require business logic. I would say like most front ends are like that. And that's not like, I'm not saying that that shouldn't be the case or that should be the case, but like that is a lot of business, especially like enterprise level software. How would you move from React to some new shitty framework if business logic is embedded in your reducer? I mean, how would you do any of that? Like, if you change the underlying technology that you're using to build your front end, like, yeah, you're gonna need to make some fucking changes. Like, why would you do that? You know? And like, you can, there's a Redux JS. Like, you don't, like, the React part of Redux is not that entangled. Like, I know there is React Redux as well, but like, you can use Redux in like a fucking, you can import, you can grab a redux.js and those reducers are functions. They're just functions that have an input and an output, right? So you don't need React doesn't give a shit about that. So it's like, yeah, you could actually do that. You could remove React completely and you still have your business logic and functions in your reducers. You have to use them differently if you get rid of Redux, but you still can. So like, you're kind of just proving the point. Like, I think you're proving my point more than yours. That synthetic inflexibility is crucial. That's a great way to say that, I think. Got rejected by Amazon for ML Applied Scientist 1 after 3 rounds of interviews. Oh man, that sucks. I'm sorry about that, but I hope you learned a lot. I hope you learned and you can get better, you know. Apply again in 6 months or whatever. Single responsibility, open, closed, list-conf, substitution, interface, segregation, dependency inversion. You sound like a Java dev. You sound like a Java developer. Eliminate the need to think. I call it DMP, dumb monkey principle. Hey, dude, I 100% agree. And I know there are people out there that don't agree with that. We're all dumb monkeys. The less decision dumb monkeys allowed to make, the better life will be. 100% agree. Couldn't agree more. And I believe the same thing when it comes to like process as well. Right? Because I've heard people just say, oh, less process, just hire better people, do better hiring. Like that's a stance that companies take. Or it's like, yeah, we don't really have a strong process. We just hire really good people. But then it's like, okay, now everything is on the individual at that point. If the individual fails, you know, we're fucked, kind of. If you have a better process, like you don't have, I'm not saying you shouldn't hire good people. Of course you should. But like, if you have a better process, don't change your stack on a whim. That's the real answer. I agree, 100% agree. But it's like, if you have a stronger process, less is on the individual, which is just better for fucking mental health as well, I think. Even if you're the greatest developer in the world, like having less on your shoulders is positive. Business logic is located in services, or domain models. My dude, what is the difference between a service and a controller? What is the difference between a domain model and a model? That's the same thing. Yeah, define business logic. Clean code dictates that your business code should only be dependent on your programming language and don't have any other dependencies. I mean, dude, that's true for Redux, because reducers are pure functions. Golden coin equal 10, silver coins equals 100. This is a business rule, an example of business logic. I mean, I don't think that defines it very well. That's an example of, you know, some logic, yeah. And like, the thing is, like, the business logic, what is or isn't business logic is also subjective, right? Like, even in your world where business logic is completely separated, like deciding what logic to put where, you can argue, is this business logic, is it not business logic? I said domain model because we can confuse domain model and database table model. I mean, we're talking about front end, I think, specifically right now, so I think it's fair to just say model and not if someone says model, I never think database, honestly. That's schema to me. Schema is database. But anyways, let's get this figured out. Let's get this little compile issue figured out here. Enough ranting about Piotr. I'm gonna take a guess and say that you like Angular more than React. Am I right? Essentially matching entities. Okay, that's an array. So we need to. I think this is just the issue here. It's subjective, yes, which is why I don't like the frameworks that, you know, that require the programmer to make the right decision, right? Is that fine? Is that all I needed to do? I should probably make a type def out of that. Yeah, I should probably make a type def out of that so I can change it. No, I like React. Okay, fair enough. I have gone to bat arguing, because I use Angular for my job. I hate it. Like, we re-implemented Redux in Angular Dart. And that's the world I'm talking about. Angular using Redux with less dependency injection is way better than our old Angular, you know, services, which is, it's MVC, right? It's an attempt to be MVC. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. We're probably just gonna crash immediately. No, we're not actually. Why are they doing that? React isn't a framework, but a library. What's the difference? What's the difference between a framework and a library? I would argue the difference is quite subjective. Okay, so this is like 100% working a million times fucking better now. Like, this was crashing yesterday, so all I did was unshelve it, and now it works. That's kind of pedantic. Yeah, I don't really think... Yeah, I don't think the distinction between the two is very important. A library is less opinionated, you know? So yeah, no crashes anymore because we're not changing the archetypes. Let's see what I guess let's do some tracing here. Yeah. Oh yeah, but what I was saying, I've argued with a lot of people on like Reddit and in other like Twitch channels about React. I think React is just strictly better at scaling than Angular, and everyone's like, oh my god, no way, Angular is so much better at scaling. I'm like, dude, I work in the largest Angular code base in the world. My application has 770 transitive dependencies that are brought into it that it doesn't actually use because of how convoluted the dependency injection hierarchy is. It doesn't scale very well. It makes code splitting very, very fucking hard. Our bundle size is way larger than it needs to be. Library does one thing, framework does many. Even that is so subjective. Like you can reword the things that it's doing and come up with many things or bundle it all into one. And that's the same thing I feel about like principle of single or what principle of single responsibility or whatever. Like you can just reword the responsibility and make it a single thing. You know? I am coding a game in Unreal Engine with C++, yes. Okay, so we're running peachy keen here. Do Angular devs pay more for therapy than regular devs? They might. Yeah, so how much is my... oh, I'm not even running the targeting processor. Well, that's my fucking issue. That's why I didn't crash. Oh. That's why I didn't crash. I was like, oh, we're doing so good. Didn't even add it. Didn't even add it to the thing. No, they can't afford it. Got him. Yeah, I knew there was like a salary joke in there somewhere. But I think they get paid similarly. React and Angular devs. Okay, this still fucking happens. This still fucking happens. So we still have the same issue. Even with our command buffer approach. Why? What is happening here? Is the genius through all this complicated talk gives me depression? You'll pick it up. You'll pick it up. The more you work in different environments, the more you'll start to form these kind of opinions and stuff. Okay, back to the trenches here. What index? N17. We're like 1 out of bounds here. It gets so much worse. Yeah, we need you to have that green guild new I'm gonna change everything, why don't we just do it this way approach. You know, whenever some new person gets hired and they're like that, you're just like, oh buddy, just wait. Just wait. I've been that guy too. I have been that guy. We've all been that guy at least once. Or girl. Oh, Jesus. How do I want to fucking do this? Okay, let's simplify it a bit here because... Yeah, let's reduce the complexity here a bit. Okay, so we re-implemented the, yeah, so we put it back in here. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. I haven't heard of dependency injection, bundle size, code splitting before I am cooked as a junior suite. Dependency injection is when the constructor parameters of a class are provided for you via magic, via black magic, but it's via a dependency injection framework, and it can be confusing because you don't understand how they get injected in sometimes. What it does is it makes it really easy to switch out what things are getting injected without having to actually change any of the classes. It can make testing a bit easier as well for that reason, because you can inject in a mocked version of a class. The dependencies are those parameters within the constructor of the class. And it's really just kind of, it's spooky action at a distance to a certain extent. And, you know, when used sparingly, it's not that bad, but it's like the more you use it, the more complicated it gets, and the more difficult it gets to like navigate the code base and figure out where things are getting injected from and which version of the thing is getting injected. And you have to manage this kind of dependency hierarchy. So it becomes a lot of overhead. But what it gives you is flexibility in popping things in and out. And, you know, enterprise software loves dependency injection. So like, you know, anything you use in Java is probably going to have some, Java or Scala is going to have a lot of dependency injection. Everything on the back end is probably going to have some level. Anything that's not like a simple CRUD API and that actually needs to do some work is probably going to use some level of dependency injection. Angular uses dependency injection, which is a front-end framework. Bundle size is the size of the code that gets sent to the browser when the user requests your page, your website. And you want that to be small so that your website loads fast, right? The larger that is, the longer it'll take to load. And in today's day and age, when we're using things like React and Angular, these are SPAs, single-page applications, which means that, you know, we write all the code and we send all the code to the front end, or to the browser. And then we just let the browser render it, and then we do like AJAX requests, which are just your ad hoc RPCs and stuff. That is contrary to server-side rendering, where each page on your website hits the server calculates what needs to be shown on the page, and it only gives you exactly what is needed to render or to show on the screen. So a little bit different, but what code splitting does is that it allows single-page applications to not send all of the code if it's not needed, right? So there are probably some sections in your single-paged application, especially if you have multiple pages, you can probably just code split based on your pages, and you just kind of lazy load. You lazy load your dependencies, and then they'll come in as they need to, and it doesn't really, it's not a bottleneck for your first load or your initial load time. That's what code splitting does for you. You'd make a really good Coursera instructor. Yeah, I don't want to give away I don't want to make people pay for my knowledge because I haven't paid for mine, so it feels a little hypocritical. I think it's usually better to DI than not to, but the way you architect your code has to serve that structure. Better to DI than not to. I don't know. I'm not convinced about that opinion. I mean, there's a lot of people who are smarter than me that kind of have set the industry trends and stuff, and the industry trend is, you know, dependency injection, especially in backends. So, I don't know. Just every time I work with the dependency injection framework, I end up saying to myself, "Why is this so complicated?" At some point. It's like, dude, I just need some fucking class to call some other class. Like, why is it so complicated to do that? And like, there's all the, like I said, for Angular, like I work in an ecosystem where it's like, you know, there's this front end application, within this kind of like overarching front-end application, and you can architecture it different ways under the hood, but the user-facing thing is like there's a front-end application, and then there's like a bunch of different like pages or tabs, that a bunch of different tools within this application. Each one of those tools is like a different team's application, like a sub app. And I work in an ecosystem like that with Angular Dart, and because of that ecosystem, other teams' dependency injection hierarchies affect me and my team. And like that overall app has certain dependencies as well. And we have to rely on those to like render our app within this bigger app, right? And it's very complicated, and I'm pretty sure it's the largest version of that in the world. Pretty sure. I don't have any actual stats on that, but we have 2 applications within that ecosystem, and we have 700 plus transitive dependencies that are brought into our application that affect our bundle size that we don't actually need. And it's because other teams, the overarching team, like the root app team as well, like the dependency injection hierarchy was not set up properly. Like, especially in Angular, you have like providers and modules, and it's like there's like 4 or 5 different ways to like actually inject something. You got class provider, existing provider, factory provider, value provider. You can use OPIC tokens, and it's just like, dude, there's so many decisions to make just to fucking get a class to where you need it to be. And for that reason, I'm out. Whereas like we're just using Redux. We've got one fucking dependency, and it's the store, and it's just a model. Like, it doesn't have any logic in it. Is this a sandbox game? Yeah, for the most part it will be. It's not a framework, Mom. Serialized values in UE and Unity are a form of dependency injection. Okay, you're gonna have to break that one down for me. Gonna have to break that one down for me. Anyways, I feel like I've been so off track today. Unreal Engine 6, yeah. Okay, so I don't think the command, I'd say I don't think. The command buffer definitely didn't solve my problems. Long and short of it, and this is super OOP, so that's probably the conflict of opinion. Encapsulation is paramount for the simplicity of maintenance and debugging. Wait, what are you saying that in response to? Was that in response to me asking about how serialization is a dependency injection? What's going on here? What's going on here is me. I'm procrastinating on fixing some bugs and just yapping about programming principles. So DI is necessary because you need an instance to access code because all mutability is wrapped by the object. So I think you're thinking of dependency injection in just like a very like conceptual level. Like I'm talking about a dependency injection framework, right? Like I think what you're saying is like anytime you pass a variable to a constructor, that's technically dependency injection. I don't know if that's how most people would think about dependency injection. I don't think that that's how most, like, for me, dependency injection is when there's a specific framework that does that for you. Like if you are not manually writing that code, that is dependency injection. Dependency inversion means you can treat a dog as an animal and it'll still work. And you remove that chat because I was like, yeah, I don't think that's what dependency inversion is. I mean, that's just inheritance and polymorphism, right? What's the best place to learn Spring Boot? Google. Google.com. Anyways, let's try and fix the bug that I have. Huh? Maybe I should do that. Process entity chunks, update entity in spatial grid. Now I have to remember all this code that I wrote like yesterday. And I don't remember it. We're doing this one anywhere. So we're doing this in the add entity data. And maybe let's not do that. Because we're going to process... We should be processing after the playback commands. We are. Okay, yeah. Process the entity chunks. Which we might as well just clear out all the chunks, right? Like... Because we're going to need to reassign them anyway. We might as well just clear all the entity data chunks. Let's change this order. Update entity and spatial grid. Let's put that up top. I can actually read this a little bit better. Process. Where is process entity chunks? You should go below playback commands. Hang on, I'm looking up a meme. Here we go. This is the meme I'm talking about. Oh god. This is me. I'm on this side now. I'm on this side now. I've been through this bell curve. This is how I started. I did start this way. I was like, why is this all so complicated? And it's like, no, you have to do it solid, view controller model, in fact pattern. I will just write code that solves the problem. Keeping in mind locality of behavior. Like, I think if you need to know what this stands for in order to write code, you're not working in a very effective framework. Is that a hot take? If you need to know what any of this is, you're working in a brittle pattern that is going to get infringed upon at some point. Probably multiple times, and over time it is going to break down. And it will require a lot of maintenance and a lot of refactoring to keep it in line with these principles, and it will require someone who's very diligent. Are you Zen master at coding now? No, I'm not. So yeah, that's what I picture in my head. Update entity in spatial grid. Yeah, let's fix things. Let us fix things. I think I should just clear the spatial grid. And the chunk map. I think I should just clear it every frame. Because the archetypes are going to change, possibly. an archetype. Remind me what I did archetype chunk for. Archetype. Okay, yeah. What if I just cleared these every frame? I clear them at the beginning of process entity chunks. Does empty, which one, it leaves space allocated? Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna do that. We're gonna see what happens. Make sure, like, it's gonna fully rebuild, like, the hierarchy or whatever. Let's try that. Come on, we can do it. Okay. Pray that this works. Pray that it works. So I can figure out my issues. So they start in T-pose now, which is different. A little strange. Yeah, okay, so we're running without crashing now. Wait, do I have the targeting processor in here still? I do, okay, so, wow, we're running. We are running, guys. So that did fix it. That did kind of fix it, I hope. Okay, let's trace. Yeah, I am losing about 4 FPS, 4 or 5 FPS, which honestly for running the targeting processor is kind of a small price to pay. I'm wondering how much of that overhead is from the chunk processing now. We're just gonna let that trace for a little bit. And we're gonna look at it. Targeting wow, that's insane. Down to 14 milliseconds. Okay, so for context, the aggro processor, where is it? Aggro processor might not even be a blip on here. So I have a targeting processor and an aggro processor. They used to be the same. I split them apart. And when they were the same thing, it took a full 2 seconds to run. That's an eternity. You know, I was having to run that on the background thread because it took so long. The targeting processor now runs in 14 milliseconds. What an insane fucking improvement. What an absolutely astronomical improvement here. Let's make sure that's running correctly before I get too excited. So where's my aggro processor? First of all, we need to include that. Aggro processor is running so fucking fast. I need to make sure that they're actually getting like proper values here. For each in radius. Where is target processor? Okay, so median is 14.8 milliseconds. Will NPC disappear at a certain range, or will they freeze just in like Minecraft? They will disappear, but they will keep running. So that's the whole reason I'm doing this, is to make a really alive world where it's always running. Obviously, if they're far enough away, you can't really see them, so I don't need to render them, right? So they will disappear from being seen, but they'll still be running. They'll still be moving around. I still have full-fledged state trees and pathfinding and combat. That's like that's the whole thing I'm trying to do here, which you know, not a whole lot of games do. Not a whole lot of games do that. Yeah, so that's actually running fucking amazing. Let me look at the, what did I call it? Process entity chunks. Let me look at that. You are taking 0.3 milliseconds with the empty as well. The empty is probably the most expensive part of that. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, let me run that, and I just want to make sure that, like, because that's like kind of too good to be true. We're in too good to be true territory. So let's validate that this is actually running. So they will always move. Correct. Correct. Okay. Target processor. How many are we getting called with here, first of all? Here. Entities, 500. Yeah, that's probably correct. And then 1455. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. And then when we get here, what are we looking like when we get here? Archetypes. We have 2 archetypes, 500, 1400. Wow. So I guess I really need to make sure that things are in the right chunks, because I actually right now have zero way of knowing which terrain chunk, or not terrain chunk, entity chunk these entities are in. And if this is actually, you know, doing things. Let's check here. Are we actually like getting here for things? Yeah, we are. And so we should be getting down here. Yeah, for some of them we do get down there. So yeah, we're running, baby. Yeah, we're running. Yeah, we're doing it. Let's look at aggro processor. That's running so fucking fast. It's running so fast. Aggro processor is getting called. Yeah, we are getting called. Wow. Oh, guys, we're doing it. We're fucking doing it. Iterate out entities. Origin rages. Yeah, how do I test this, you know? How do I test this? Yeah, I need to make sure like the radius and stuff is working properly. Okay, let's try this. Let's open up enemy archetype. Where's faction at? Faction, aggro, friendly. They're going to initiate attack. Let's we're gonna turn this way down to like 100. And they should start attacking. They don't. And we got some guys that are T-posed. Why are you T-posed, sir? I don't think the actors spawned correctly. Okay, let's debug. Enemy NPC aggro towards other factions. Friendly NPC is initiate attack. Okay, is my logic just not correct here? This faction is enemy. Oh, this is enemy to enemy. So yeah, they're not going to attack each other. This is enemy to enemy. Let me like open those up. It's faction data, targetable faction data, and then where's the other one? Okay, I have to manually check faction data, I guess. Or is it in this? It's in this. Okay, here we go. Enemy to enemy, enemy to enemy. Oh, here we go. Friendly to enemy. So I need this one to be enemy. The first one should be enemy. The second one should be friendly. Enemy to enemy, enemy to enemy. Okay, here we go. Here's our scenario. It is initiate attack. Okay, here's our condition. So we need to walk through this. Rather, I guess I can just put a breakpoint here. Like we get here. Yeah, so enemy to friendly. Yeah, so they are getting this, and I guess like put that there, right? Targetable entity 93, that's 93. And why am I doing dist squared? Oh, I guess I need to check which one's closest. Oh, I am checking. It has to be closer than the old one. Yeah. And so we should get here. We should be adding the aggro. Yeah, okay, so we do add the aggro. Oh, yeah, they have a lot of aggro in there. They're okay, so that means the aggro processor is the issue. That should be setting the current target. It should be happening here. It never happens. Good entity with highest aggro. Oh, I should initialize this to -1. Right, okay, because it's never getting hit because the aggro level is 0. So let's initialize this F aggro to -1. Init to -1 so that new entries with 0 aggro are considered. Yeah. I think that was our issue there. They're all gonna start attacking now. It's gonna be chaos. Oh, it's gonna be chaos. I hope. We're hoping for chaos here. Chaos means good. Chaos means bug fixed. Yes, we did get there. Yes, we did. There they go. Oh my god, look at the mob. Holy shit. Look at him. He's like, I'm gonna fuck this guy up over here. They're not attacking the closest guy. And there are plenty of greens that are left that they're not attacking. So I think there's some... I think there is some issue happening. Yeah, like those guys should definitely be attacking him. I love the angry mob. And yeah, we've got non-cleaned up attachments everywhere. Interesting that combat caused that. Did combat cause that or did death cause that? Yeah, they're definitely not going towards the closest person. Just found out that Angular is developed by Google. Yep. Yep. Oh, the attachments are not properly processing with combat. Only with locomotion, it seems. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, how do I want to start debugging this? First of all, I think I want to commit what we have here, because this is like a working, stable thing. And so honestly, like, we should only ever add entity to chunk here. We don't need to do that anymore. At least we shouldn't. Shouldn't need to do that anymore. Let's rebuild to make sure. So I think probably my... radius in chunks. So let me think. Chunk size is like 2,000. Location to chunk coordinate. Floor to end. So we're taking the location, dividing it by 2,000, and then doing a floor. Is that's different from how I was doing it. We are doing a grid snap. Pressing E to talk while committing first-degree murder is innovative. Yeah, I need to turn it off during combat. But I mean, like, if you have a colonist who's in combat, you know, like you shouldn't be able to talk to other, like, your own colonists in combat. I think is what the rules will be. Let's. I want to turn that off for a second. So enemy archetype. So attack back only. Change that back. Go back up to 2,000. I just want to make sure this still works. That's 20,000. Maybe not that. Maybe not that much. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay. It is C++, Unreal Engine. Moxie, sit. Okay, so that's good. We can remove the archetype 1. Yeah, let's remove this guy. Don't need that one anymore. Remove entity from spatial grid. We will need that, and like this one, we only really let's just comment it out to show that I don't need it anymore, right? We'll comment that out to show that we don't need it anymore. You have the stinkiest breath. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Hello. Hello. There's one of the doggies. The other one is a very quiet, resolute boy, so he doesn't show up very much. I don't know where he's at. Speaking of OOP, did you know that small talk, pure OOP lang? What is a pure OOP language? I can't even imagine what that's like. How is that different from like... It does not have if statements. Yeah, that's strange. Is it like purely data driven at that point then? Okay, we're still running fine. No functions. Yeah, I cannot imagine what that looks like. Which GUI library are you using to display people in the game? My brother, that is not an applicable question. First of all, so many things I need to explain to you. One of them is that a GUI library, GUI stands for graphical user interface. So that is for a user interface. That is not for rendering things on in a video game. That is not, a GUI library does not do that. Second of all, this is Unreal Engine. It has its own built-in solution for user interface and stuff. But Unreal Engine is what is doing the rendering and also the user interface. What you saw there, though, had nothing to do with a GUI. This is what Clanker Loving does to Younger Sweet. Yep. Okay, so this is good. Let's commit it. Implement spatial data queries. Okay. Understood, thank you. No problem, no worries. Okay, so this is clear. It's not working fully properly. There's a lot of things with the combat that were not working properly, we'll say. I think what I want to do here is use my grid snap method instead. That makes a lot more sense to me. Location grid snap to chunk size. Grid snap to chunk size. And I guess you can just like initialize an int vector from a regular vector. Yeah, so I'm not going to store like, yeah, I guess I would never need the floating point things anyway. Okay, so that's how we're going to store that. Okay, let's just run live coding there, and we'll just kind of, let's just rerun the combat scenario again. Let's just rerun the combat again. So radius in chunks, chunk size is 2,000, radius, let's say like 3,000. And so, hang on, let me do some math here. So because I know like I think my aggro range is 3,000. If I'm not mistaken, it's 3,000. We do 3,000 divided by the chunk size, which is set to 2,000. That's 1.5 chunks. We do ceil to int, so that's 2 chunks in each direction. We get the origin chunk. The origin, is that correct? In the target processor. Origin, which is just the current location. So yeah, we would, and we're using the same method there to get that. So we would get the current chunk that they're in. You know, we are not adding the origin chunk, although we would be hitting 0, I guess, at this point. Yeah, so we're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're doing 5, a diameter of 5. I think that works. Did you just use calc for that? I just need to think about it, okay? You know what? You get on stream. You get on stream and do it. It helps to visualize, okay? Let's just go 10. Let's just go 10. Initiate attack. So those guys should be attacking them. Let me look at their aggro tables here. Let me look at their aggro tables. Okay, who do we have here? We have an empty aggro table. Are they all empty? Here we go. We have aggro table. So I guess they're just never getting removed from the aggro table, and I'm assuming that we don't add. You know what would be interesting? Why no guns in games? This is not that kind of game. Not wanting guns in the game has nothing to do with politics. It's a medieval game where guns don't exist. Quite simple, really. These never get removed, and I'm assuming... Do I set the target? Do I clear the target before aggro is able to be cleared? I think that's probably what happens. But target setting only happens from in there. Or at least it should. Put that up here. I should change the name of these. Thank you, Strophium. Thank you. So we have some datas in here. I assume these guys are dead. I have to, right? Because no one's attacking anyone. So let's look up what happens when they die. I know there's some logic in proxy actor. Die. Reset velocity to 0. Detach some shit. Add the death stuff. Ability system component. What happens in you? When you deal damage. Take damage. Get current target, clear current target. Where do you happen from? Really just from set current target. So let me find out where these are from. Select target and some. Okay, so that's not happening. So that's not happening. Strophium, have you played Timberborn? It's a great game about beavers where you can build dams, and it's very fun. You should check it out if you're interested in a beaver game where you can build dams. Okay, so I don't know that anything specific happens to the target when it kills it. The target gets set somewhere, right? Did we ever get here? Let's just figure that out. Let's figure out if we ever get there. Oh hell yeah, did you look it up? It's a great game. I have like 100 hours in that game at least. Probably 200. They keep adding new stuff to it too, so it's always fun to come back and play. Okay, so we do get there. Do we actually remove the aggro though? Okay, it is empty. Oh, I wonder if those were for the dead guys. Like, if I'm dead, I should clear my aggro as well, right? What do I want to do about this? Yeah, I should check if... I'm not checking if we're alive here. So both of these should only happen if they're alive, really. Quite simple, really. Honestly, should I just... when they die, I should just remove the target and aggro components altogether. That's probably what should happen. But I guess that does get cleared. Let's see, like, those guys should be attacking. So, hang on, what's, we will pop open the visual logger here. Okay. Entity 2. Target entity data, there is no target. Aggro entity data. Do I have that? Do I have the aggro tables displayed here? No, I didn't populate them. Let's do that real quick. Aggro entity data. Oh, there's no aggro tables. Okay. There's nothing in this table. So you have nothing. So entity 2 is what we're going to be looking at in our target processor. Entity, this is entity 2, perfect. First try. Okay, we did not step into there at all. Okay, let's try that again. Two. Okay. So this is entity 2. For each in radius, I need to go there. 2. Origin chunk. Negative 2000. Okay. Chunks to check. Oh my god. How is that really 125? Also, why is that grid snap so weird? Why is that negative 2002? Oh, because I'm adding plus int vector. I need to times that by chunk size. That's why. How was that? How were they even targeting anything at that point? How did that even work at all? I feel like Strophium it just immediately got into the depths of Timberborn, which I applaud. Okay. Bro, why does this take... It takes so long to compile. Okay, let's see if this, like, works a little bit more reasonably. Okay, do we still have only 10 spawning? Okay. Skip that. Okay, yeah, they all went in combat. So we'll see if they, like, change targets a little bit better. So, like, those two guys will get done first. They should go directly to that guy next. They don't. That guy just got stuck. Okay. Like that guy, Entity 2 should 100% be attacking the other guys. 100%. Okay, so let's dig back into it. Entity 2, perfect. What chunks are we checking now? Is it really 120? Like, is 125 correct? That seems like a lot of chunks to check. Because it's 5 times 5 times 5. So, I mean, yeah, I guess that is 125. That seems like so many. I don't work in the game dev industry. I don't work for a game dev company. Okay, but these chunks look correct now. These chunks do look correct. Let me, I guess, look at the spatial grid itself. Okay, yeah, those look reasonable. Those look reasonable. And so I'm pretty sure that those terrain chunks are in here somewhere. And honestly, it would be... No, doing it this way. No, this is fine. This is fine. Did we not find any of the chunks? What happened there? This is not Visual Studio, no. This is JetBrains Writer. Are we still on Entity 2? Are we still on Entity 2? I need to know. Put a breakpoint there. Potentially matching. Let's see here. We have 23 component arrays in this archetype. We have 4 entities there. We have... Yeah, okay, so we have entities. 4 and 6. Yeah, that does have all of the entities in it. I wonder if we never ended up... Well, no, because we got here. Okay. So we got here. Are we still on Entity 2? We are still on Entity 2. Okay, so Entity 2. Archetypes. Yes. Okay. Still on Entity 2. Okay, we're going to iterate over Entity 5. Dist squared. the square distances are kind of hard to compare. What's my it's what 9 million is the aggro radius squared. So this one should go through. Yeah. This one is in radius. I don't know, maybe it's simpler to check the faction first instead of last. Or rather, check the tags or whatever. I don't know. Oh, excuse me. I don't know. So targetable tag data. This one's dead, so we're going to skip that one. Why didn't we go back through the breakpoints? Why did we not go back through the breakpoints? What? Okay, hang on. We only iterated over one? Oh, because I hit return. That's why. That's the issue. Instead of... Because I refactored this. Oh, yeah. I've done that one before. Done that one before. That's a mistake I've made before. I keep refactoring these things to be like, you know, this is a lambda. But there's a loop, right? So it's like previously the loop was done via whatever it was calling the lambda, so that's why I had return there. Because there was no continue. Continue wouldn't work. Continue would not work there. And so I changed it to where now this lambda needs to do the looping itself, and I should have changed those to continue at that point. The price I pay for using the guards pattern. Are you freelancing? No. This is just hobby stuff. Just hobby game dev. Okay. Now we got some aggro. There we go. Now we got aggro. Okay, let's rerun it now. Okay. I do need to fix the target. Oh, he switches target every time they swing because they will have dealt more damage. I should probably add some sort of like you know, debounce to that, you know, so he doesn't switch too much. Although that would mean taunting is not as effective. Yeah, okay, so now it's working properly. Yeah, that looks good. Now we just gotta figure out why all these fucking maces are getting left everywhere. God damn it. And why they don't seem to swing them when they're in combat. That's our next issue. Let's run a larger scale combat. Let's do 200 in combat. Wow, that's running so much fucking better. Holy shit. This used to run at like 20 FPS. 200 entities all in combat. Now it's running at 45. So we're already increasing that bottleneck. Almost 50. We're almost at 50. Well, some things are dying, so maybe not that much. That's kind of crazy. Look at the mob. The mob is so crazy. I need to do some, what's it called? Like the movement, the Boyd movement? Because they're all like stacking on top of each other. So I need some processor to kind of scooch them out a little bit, you know? Jesus. Tippy taps. Look at the waves of tapping that's happening. That's so funny. Look at this fucking carnage. Look at this battlefield. You know what? You know what I want to do? 2000. In combat. How bad does it run? How bad does it run? We will watch the battle from above. Okay, it's running very bad. It's running very bad. Bro, I'm studying JavaScript. Any advice you have to help me? Stop studying and start doing. I mean, don't take that as gospel though. You got to figure out how best you learn. And the reason I say that is because the best that I learn, I don't learn very well by studying or by following tutorials or by following courses. I learn by doing things, by building things, by applying myself to a project that I'm passionate about. That's how I learn best. Axes in the air. Yes, very good. Very good. You did notice that some of the axes are not getting cleaned up properly. It's very good. Morning, hope your game dev session is going well. It is. Thank you, Baby Fist, and welcome in. So yeah, there's a lot happening here. 2,000 entities in combat, not really possible at the moment. I like this. Let's commit it. Let's get rid of all that nonsense here. Okay. Fix entity targeting. I'll just say aggro targeting. Targeting. Okay, that's committable. Bro, you use VS Code. No, this is not VS Code. God, the nesting here is kind of awful. Kind of awful here. Okay, this is running. I'm so impressed with how much better this is running already. I thought I was going to eternally have to have the targeting processor run on the background thread, but no more. Actually, the chunk processor, I should work on deprecating that. I do have some tracing that still uses it. You use Vim motions or mouse? Well, considering that I'm not using Vim, probably not Vim motions. Yeah, probably not that one. It looks like Ryder. There you go. Baby Fist knows what he's talking about. It is Ryder. Okay, what do I want to do next here? So we're actually at a really good place. We're at a really good place. Let's fix all the attachment stuff. So I think our next two things are deprecating the chunk processor, which we shouldn't need anymore, but I think there are some entity trace utils probably still using it. Yeah, there we go, right there. So we should get rid of that. We should replace that. And this entity query can instead be a for each in radius kind of thing here. But why no Vim motion? Because I'm not using Vim. Yeah, I know that's kind of hard to wrap your head around. And if you need to take a second to come to terms with that, by all means, please take the full second. I know that's an eternity for some YouTube Shorts chatters, but I think you can do it. I believe in you. Close some things here. We need to fix... I've learned I can shift click these, which is nice. Okay. Let me see here. I want to open up the representation processor is probably going to be important. Representation processor is going to be important. Probably proxy actor to some extent is going to be important here. What else do I want to have open for attachments? I mean, we'll just start. Well, I guess ISM processor, because that does the calculation of where the attachments should be, right? Well, no, I guess the representation processor has to look up the animation that's currently playing. Bro, what are you talking? Generalizing YouTube short chatters. You are a YouTube short streamer. What do you do that makes you different? What I do is I think about the questions before I ask them. That is what separates me from a YouTube shorts chatter, apparently. What makes me different is my social skills. Is this Java or any other language? It does fall under the category of any other language. It is C++, yes. It is C++. And so we want to get, we do entity transform. Let me see here, attachment to components. Okay. Multiply, get anim sequence. So we're passing in the anim sequence. What is it? What is the anim sequence? Just on the entity, anim state. That should be getting set from, yeah, from the ISM processor. So that is not getting set properly for the ability animations, it seems. Okay, so let's just spawn, let's try to get just spawning 2 guys in combat. Okay, you guys are way too far away. Also way too far away. There we go. Okay, there's our scenario. Okay, why are the attachments stuck? So first of all, breakpoint here. Okay, we are getting there. Current anim. We are getting the correct animation there. Now, let's see. We maybe are just not even getting here. So let's go there. We are getting there. Should render attachments is true. We have all the attached components still. What is your transform? Translation. The anim sequence here is... Well, I guess we'll look at anim state there. Yeah, that's that seems to be correct, but I guess it doesn't change. What entity are we on right now? This is entity 2. Entity 1. Let's go back to 2. We still have like the same. No, we got a different. Oh, he's idle now. Oh, interesting. I don't know who you are, sir, but I feel I'm at the right place. Well, welcome in. I hope you're in the right place as well. How many years of experience do you have in C++? I've only used C++ basically for this project, which is about 3 years. I don't know who you are. What are we, hang on, let me catch up on chat here. Okay. So yeah, that the anim sequence changed entirely there. And now it's back to wow anim attack, anim frame 0. Anim frame 8. Anim frame 0 again. Oh, that's entity 1. Entity 2, 16. So we went to frame 8, then 16. Okay, so the anim frame and shit are changing. It seems the transform is not, though. You provide your LinkedIn profile. Yeah, nice try, hacker. Nice try. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna put my LinkedIn profile out on YouTube Shorts. Yeah, no, thank you. It's gonna be a hard no, thank you for me. Okay, so why are we not? I guess instance data. Oh, it's not fucking valid. Well, that makes fucking sense. Okay, I should have checked that first. Okay. Yeah, we're not even getting here. We're not setting. We're not doing. The data's right. We're just not setting it. Why? Why? Where would this be going null at? Pray tell. Riddle me that, my own code. Add attachment instance. Yeah, that's just adding it. I mean, there still is an instance. I guess remove attach. Where is this getting called from then? Remove attachments. Okay. Remove attachments is getting called here. Rendered is true. Well, I think it is the sad reality of programming. You are building something cool and you have invested a lot, and people like me come and ask questions about the idea and languages. What's sad about that? That's not sad. I don't see that as sad. What is sad is the social skills of some YouTube Shorts chatters where they come in and ask really obtuse questions. I mean, I'm happy to answer any and all questions, but when they're like pushy, it's like when they're so pushy about it, right? Coming in like, why aren't you using this thing? Well, I'm not using the thing that would require to use that. But why aren't you using it? Like, okay, I'm using what I want to use, you know, like, yeah, there's a lot of questions and I can't answer all of them. Or else I would just be here answering questions all day. Yeah, so why are these getting removed? Why are these attachments, these attachy boys getting removed? I guess let's put some breakpoints on the attach removals, because I don't think we should ever be getting to the remove attachments. And so let's just make sure that those don't get hit. Interesting. So yeah, we're not getting there. We're not getting there, I presume. No, we're not getting there at all. And it's because the attach info has gone poo-poo. It has gone bad. Where else do I change this at? I guess here, add attachment instance. Do we get here? Like, what makes us get here such that, because that's the only place we set. The ISM and the ID. The transform looks good. The static and custom data is empty. Anim sequence is null here. Yeah, why is this getting like... Why is that getting like cleaned up? Are we just like resetting the attachments or something somehow? God, attach components. Why are you like this? Add entity component attachment. I guess it's like fucking breakpoint everywhere that touches attachment data that edits it. Probably not in there. We don't actually edit in there. We'll put a breakpoint there. Okay, let's go ahead and rebuild that. Let's rebuild that. Okay, rebuild. Let me look at my calendar for the day. Okay. We're trying to narrow down why these attachments are being so lame. Something hinky's going on somewhere. Tell you that much. And my attach data is getting changed. Put the breakpoint there instead. Okay. Yeah, so we should only have 2 here. Yeah, so add the attach info, which will be invalid. This is for entity... What? What entity is this for? I guess I don't know from this perspective what the entity is for. What entity it's for. Okay, we are removing attachments here. Why are we removing attachments here? What are we doing? Could render it to out. We're like off screen, I guess. Yeah, okay, alright. This is gonna be so fucking hard to debug here. Okay. Go away, breakpoints. Okay, hang on. Okay, so I need to like set up a scenario. I need to like set up a scenario here. Let's try to like just ham-fist it in there. Okay, I need to be like quick on the trigger here. Okay, I need you to like go in range of each other so you start attacking. And I need to pause it before that happens. Okay, please randomly wander into each other's range. Oh, you're so close. Oh, he's so close. There he goes. Okay, pause. Okay, beautiful. Anywhere attached components gets touched, gets edited, I want to know about it. I want to know about it. Attached components. Remove attachment. Yeah, we do want to know. I do want to know about that. Add attachment instance. I also want to know if and when we get there. These are just reads, right? These are just reads. Pointer. Okay, I think we're good there. Let me see. Attached component. Yeah, we don't edit it here. Well, I mean, we should, maybe I'll take a look at that. Add attachment. Do I have a breakpoint in there? Add attach. I have one in here. Okay. That's good. That is good. Okay, let me look up the, where is it? The instance data as well. Where is this used at? As valid instance. Which we don't have. We have a breakpoint there. We'll put a breakpoint there as well. Okay. Okay, we added an attachment. That's what's causing the issue. Okay. We added an attachment. And so we went through this process. Which unset... Which I think unset the attach info. Okay. I should find or add here. Well, there's probably an even better way, which is to not. So I reattach the weapon every time they swing, I think. For the most part, I don't think it does anything. I guess it shouldn't. Is attached is false. Is that always false in the entity case? Weapon is attached is false. Why do I attach it every time they swing? Because I just do it as like a... It should be a no-op if it's already attached. But it's like they could be using their bow attack, they could be using their main hand attack, you know, they could be, and they could need to swap weapons for that reason, based on what attack they're doing. So whenever they do an attack, I just attach the weapon to make sure it's there. So it's not attached at the moment. Did it already get detached? Is that the issue? Let me read this. Do we already have it in the attached components? Yeah, it's in there. It's in there. And the value is correct. Okay, so yeah, it shouldn't have been attached set to false, which, okay, so where do we do that at? Where do we do that at? Weapon attached, weapon, yeah, let's just start there. Is attached, where do I set that to true? We set it to true, ooh, only if there's an owner skeletal mesh, okay. Yeah, I should set that also here. That's probably the bit, that's probably... The problem is he's reattaching the weapon after it's already attached, and when it gets detached, like it's calling this like initialization function, which overrides some of the information that tells my processors which instanced static mesh component and ID that this weapon is being represented by. When I don't have that information, I can't run the animation code to make the weapon animate with him. So it's still attached, it's just not animating properly because it overrode the ISM data and it never got reset, which it just shouldn't have overridden at all. Boolean, my dude, welcome in. How goes it? We're testing it. We're trying to fix a little bit of combat here. But yeah, we should just. It should be a 10. Oh, it's still not working. Still not working. They're just smacking. They're just slapping each other. Wait. Okay, cool. Whew. Okay, I gotta pause before it all happens. You know what I mean? to make sure my breakpoints are in the right place. Is there a way to mute all breakpoints in Writer? Is there a thing for that? So you saw the problem you had yesterday? I did indeed. I solved it with a command buffer, plus just resetting the spatial grid every frame, because it would need to be reset anyway, basically. So yeah, that's all working nice and dandy now. Nice and dandy. Now I'm just trying to test out the combat, because some of the processors I wrote those for were combat related, like targeting and aggro tables, that kind of stuff. So we got them all in combat. Then I realized, once I got that working, yeah, they're just slapping each other with their hands instead of with their weapons. And it's because their weapons are not animating. And I need to put all my breakpoints back from whence they came. Which I don't remember where all of those needed to be. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Add attachment to ISM instance. Add attachment instance. Okay, that eventually gets there. Okay. Okay. Play. Mac. Okay, so we got here. Still. Why? No, we shouldn't have gotten here. Is attached, and oh, the weapon actor isn't valid, and it shouldn't be. And it shouldn't be. Why would it be valid? Okay, so yeah, we fixed the is attached boolean, but we need to the weapon doing all this stuff. Okay, so if let's make this just like really explicit. So we're gonna say if owner skelly mesh, so if they're an actor and they have a skeletal mesh, that's the condition. Otherwise, if entity isn't the, yeah, if this case, otherwise if this case, and if we are an ISM and it's attached, should I check the, so the ISMs are global subsystem owned and attachments get updated at the hand transform of the AI. Yeah, more or less. That's basically what happens, yeah. To reduce the batches / draw calls. Yeah, it helps with draw calls. Oops. It's for when they're far away, right? So when they're far away, all of the entities turn into instant static meshes along with their attachments. And so they're vertex animated. So they're all static meshes, but they still look like they're animating because I baked the animations to textures. And what I've done for it, and so attachments, like there's no socket anymore. When they're close up, they are actors, and so I socket them like you would normally in Unreal Engine. And that like attaches, the weapons to their hand to the proper bone that it's supposed to be, and then Unreal Engine just handles it from there. But I kind of had to rewrite that. But for my vertex animated textured instant static meshes, and what I did was I ended up having to cache every single transform of every single bone for every single animation for every single frame in that animation. And so that's a part I overrode some of the VAT plugin stuff to do that whenever I bake to texture, so I just have that cache. And then every frame, I can just do a constant time lookup in that cache for, hey, what animation is what animation and what frame is the ISM currently at, and what is the position of the bone that this attachment should be on. Set the attachment to that transform. That's how it happens. And then I just have to manage when they're attached and when they're not attached, and switching back and forth between entities, or between ISMs and actors. But here I need a better condition to a better early out here. So if it's an entity and it's attached, and then maybe I just need to check if this weapon exists in attached components. Where am I? Wait, hang on. Where am I getting the? Oh, this is on the attached data. Duh. Okay, so if, I mean, if attached is true, well, it might be true if, yeah, I think I need to grab this from outside. I think we need to grab this from outside here. Unfortunately, yeah, we need to put this here. So attached data and attached data. Attached components dot, if it already contains the weapon mesh component, then we'll need to put that up there as well, which we need all of this information. So I might as well just go down here, honestly, if that's the case. How many entities are you planning to have all at once? As many as I can. So I can, the ISM setting the transforms, I actually have a plan for. Dr. Elliott actually found something really interesting. So you can actually render meshes without having any component, just directly using the scene instead of the world. And you can update transforms on the background thread and stuff like that. But honestly, right now, like 2,000 entities, I can run at like 60 FPS, you know. Totally fine. And that's all rendered on screen. So that's like the worst case scenario. So it's really only when things are actually shown on screen that, you know, because like updating the instance transform, that has to happen on the game thread. So essentially whenever an instance moves on screen, that's a game thread operation that needs to happen. And, you know, I don't think that there's ever actually going to be a case where you have 2,000 entities on screen in the game. Because I'm planning on running the whole world, and it's going to be a big world, and the colony sim itself is actually going to be a smaller scale. Like, you're not going to have thousands of people in a single colony, I don't think. You know, maybe you know, if you try to push the limits of my system, you can get there, but like that's not a typical use case. So I think I'm going to be good. I think I'm going to be all good on the ISM stuff. On the debug panel, there should be a button with a red dot and a white line. Oh, okay. Ah, nice. Okay, beautiful. Thank you for that. I'm from Indonesia. My English not very good. Can you give me tips on what I should do to improve my English? I'm not an English tutor, my dude. I can't help you. I'm sorry. Just because I ran into ISM performance issues before when I tried abusing it. Well, mine got a lot better when I started doing, focusing on like the principles of cache locality. It got a lot more performant. I don't know how many you're trying to update per frame, but like, you know, making sure that whatever arrays you're iterating over are very tightly packed, and the data that you're iterating over is very minimal, so that you can get some cache boosts. So I bet the actual bottleneck is fetching things from memory. So like what you should maybe try to do is like maybe pre-calculate all the ISM transforms, and then do and also, you know, obviously don't do it in blueprints. That's going to be slow for this kind of thing. So in C++, you can put the, I'm not sure if you're familiar with like the trace scope profiler things, but you can put this bad boy on a particular block of code, and it'll tell you how long that code took to run. What I would say is split your actual computation of the transforms into one function, and then the actual application of that transform to the entities in a different function. Throw these guys on there and see which one takes longer. And I'm gonna guess the computation of your transform may be what is taking longer. ISM, what does it stand for? Instanced Static Mesh. It is a way to render meshes without having multiple draw calls. So this is just, okay, back to work. This is just starting to be not really, not really. So I should basically, is attached true? That's fine. I mean, just keep it consistent to have that. That's fine. I should basically just say if attached data, attached components contains weapon mesh component. If it doesn't contain it, then we can do it. Right? Yeah. So we can just run live coding there. I pray hope. Mute breakpoints. Yay. I'm just gonna have to remember that that's there. Is there a hotkey for that? It doesn't seem so. Doesn't seem to be the case. Are we good? Okay, one guy has his. So I think we just need to reset that. Okay, can I get two guys of different colors, please? There we go. Okay, so they're actors here, so they're like socketed. And then I go here and they're not. And yeah, I know that they're not, it's not perfect. And there's a reason for that. And the reason is, how do I explain this? So certain animations, like there's a frame rate to animations, right? And I borrowed some animations from Vanilla WoW. The Vanilla WoW animations are at 24 FPS. My locomotion animations are at 30 FPS. And so that causes some issues with the Vertex animated texture pipeline that I have, because it expects a singular frame rate for all the animations. And you probably just should have that in your game. You know, all your animations should be the same frame rate, I would think. I don't think that there's a reason to not have them. But anyways, I had to pick a frame rate to run them at. And so that's why there's that inconsistency. So a lot of the combat ones are the ones that I borrowed from WoW as placeholders. And that's why that, like, see, he's an instant static mesh there. It's perfect. Frame per frame, it's perfect. It looks like it's socketed there. But when he's in combat, it kind of floated off his hand a little bit because the frame rate was different. So yeah. So let me turn on enemy archetype or whatever. Let's go attack back only, and we can look at 2,000 entities. And so this isn't going to run at 60 FPS, like I said. That's because I put everything on the game thread. And so a lot of things are going to run parallel processed. They're going to be parallel processed, so it's going to get a lot better than this. And spawning is super slow at the moment. So after they're done spawning, it'll speed up a little bit. But yeah, we fixed that attachment issue. I'll let you work, sorry. Oh, no worries. No worries. You were asking very poignant questions. My God, it's taking way long to spawn here now. Wait, what is it? What is running slow now? What is it? Was my targeting processor changes too good to be true? I think so. Oh, I know why. Because we were doing returns instead of continues. That's why it was too good to be true. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Yeah, yeah. So that fix actually, yeah, that tanked performance. Okay, but now we can see the actual performance. So that's good. And the targeting processor is very bad. Yeah, okay, so now we're okay. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense now. That makes a lot more sense now. I was like, oh my god, it's so much fucking faster. Okay, yeah, the inner iterate is very slow. That will do it. That will do it. You mostly went with animation sharing. I looked into the animation sharing. And like I never got really a full understanding of it. I did like some animation budgeting and stuff like that. But that means you're using actors for all the instances, right? And yeah, the animation sharing seemed like it seemed like, I don't know, a lot to set up for what it gave you, and I wasn't even sure what kind of performance boost it would give, you know? And I wasn't even sure what the drawbacks were, because I wasn't sure, like, do they actually have to be running the same animation, like, frame by frame? You know what I mean? Like, do they have to run... is the frame that the animation is on, is that locked between the things that are sharing it? Or do you have to have the same animation running but at a different frame? So I wasn't even sure like what the drawbacks were. Okay, yeah, but that target processor is abhorrent. Absolutely abhorrent. It takes 200 microseconds for a single, but this is worst case scenario. So let's do a different test here. Let's do, give me the spawner. We're gonna spread them out. So we're gonna do a better test. How big is my world? How big is this world? How big are one of these things? 25,200. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Whatever 25,200 is times 4. 25,200 times 4. Okay, so we're gonna spread out the spawning, and we're gonna see how bad it is now. Because that was all of them in a single chunk. Okay, that's better. That is better. Oh, they're not even... Oh yeah, they're not set to like attack back at all. And there's definitely some logic changes that I can make to make that more performant, even more performant. Okay, we got a few traces there. But you can see here, like, these are just on screen. When I turn, there's nothing behind me, even though there are some rendered there. So I do frustum culling, as well as distance culling. So there are more all over these mountains. I just don't render them. So if I go back here and I turn, like, see, there's a bunch over there, and then all the ones behind me disappeared. So I'm frustum culling as well, based on what the character is looking at and stuff. But anyways, let's look at that trace, that profile. Targeting processor, still 30 milliseconds. Now, how long is it taking, like, per entity? Now we're down to 30 microseconds. Which is still kind of a lot. There's still kind of a lot. So there's more that we can do here. Let's commit this, and this is going to be fix combat weapon attachments. Push that. Back to the targeting processor. So now we know this is actually not scaling very well. I knew it was too good to be true. I knew it was too good to be true. So there was a lot that's happening up front here. If it has a target, skip. I should also check if it's dead, skip. I should also check its faction data and skip there as well. So I should do a check here if faction data, faction dot... let's just write a function on the faction itself. Should I do that, or do I have the, I guess I have the faction world subsystem to, this is like my utils. Probably shouldn't be a subsystem, but we'll keep it there. U function, I mean, we can make it, I mean, I'm not going to use this in blueprints, but we can make it blueprint callable. It'll be static bool as any initiate attack factions. I'm actually thinking now. So how are factions going to work? Because it's like there could be a lot of factions in the world. So iterating over all the factions to check if there's any of them that we should initiate attack on. It would be nice if I only iterated over things that I'm hostile towards. That would be really nice. But I don't know how I would do that. I have to store them by faction as well, which is just like... That's kind of overkill, right? So I know I can cut the number in half by just not checking, almost in half, by just checking if we have anything that we're hostile towards. Has any initiate attack factions? F, faction, we can const ref it. Use gameplay tags, question mark. I do use gameplay tags, yes. It does not cut down on the iteration that needs to happen though, unfortunately. So for each faction dot aggro towards other factions, if we find one, return true, yeah. What is the faction name, the aggro type? God, I hate what Ryder does there. Okay, so that can help, I think, but it's not a silver bullet by any means. If we don't have any, we can skip this one. Yeah, I mean, move all this down, yeah. Move all that down. Faction data. So I could, it would be interesting to put each individual faction as entity data on the entity data system. I mean, maybe like extend. And then that way, how would I do that? That would be like such a dynamic thing that I don't think that would like fit in the system I have now. Okay, let's run that. And we'll get a trace with that. And then what I want to do is maybe adjust some of the things in here as well. Maybe move these outside this inner part and see if that speeds it up. We got to start playing around essentially and seeing what speeds it up, what slows it down. Yeah, so I'm thinking do the... I mean, the disk squared shouldn't be a very expensive computation, so maybe this won't have an effect at all. But doing the perhaps faction and aggro, or the dead tag check and the faction check first will be a bit more performant. Than doing the distance check. Is there what else could I do? Because it would really be nice to only get the entities in here that have the proper faction. Okay, so let's change this back to 2000. Yeah, we'll change that back to 2000. All in one, all in a local place here. And so half of the green guys don't have any well, none of them have initiate towards. Okay. Well, this is actually... Well, it's going to be a lot better for that case, but I guess I have to turn combat on now. Yeah, I have to turn them to actually have an attack back. Or initiate attack. Which then at that point, yeah. We'll do that and actually... Okay, fuck it. The chaos is going to ensue here. It's actually running far better than I thought it would have. Yeah, there's a lot of abilities gonna be happening. Oh yeah, that's running horribly. Oh yeah. I just need a baseline though. But yeah, that's probably good for now. Okay, stop that. Let's take a peek. Okay, so that's a lot better than the, I think it was, I want to say it was like 500 milliseconds before. So that's a lot better now that we're down to, oh no, that's state tree oh, okay, hang on. Okay, so actually, that's actually really good. Right, because once they get into combat, once they have a target, we don't need to iterate over shit anymore. It's the state tree that's really bad now. It's the state tree that's really bad now. Okay, let's, okay, how do I want to test this? Because this is actually kind of hard. I should make another... So don't attack... Can I add a different one? Initiate attacks on themselves. I need to create a test faction, I guess. Which I put them all in enums, which is not what I want to eventually do. And where are my enums at for that? There they are. None? Can I do none? Yeah, I guess none would work, right? So we're gonna initiate attack on none. Let's try that again. Okay, so now they're not going to be in combat, so the state tree's not going to pollute my my frame rate anymore. Okay, wait for them all to spawn, and then we can see the true test there. Oh yeah, and it's running bad. Initiate a task. Initiate a task. Although I will start taxing if you're not careful. Okay. See what some of those frames look like. Okay, the target processor does run at about half the rate there. Okay, so that's good. But then once they have a target, you know, they skip, right? If they have a target, skip this whole thing. So it's really just like... Okay, so now we need to start playing around with these ones. Let's just move these out. Well, I guess I can look how much is within dist. I mean, that's most of it, right? Why don't I make a slop game? Yeah, that's a tough question to answer. Yeah, very tough one that you have there. Maybe even let's do this before the self-test. Okay, we're gonna swap that position and retest. Okay, run it back. We'll see if that's any better. It was like 200 something milliseconds, right? So I was seeing like 260 ms. Are we done spawning? I think we can be done spawning here. Okay, running the thing. We are running. Need a few frames. Need a few frames. Okay. Stop. That's way better. That's like half the time. Holy shit, that's like half the time. They cut it in half. I didn't expect that. I did not expect that. So we cut it in half actually with that. Checking if they're dead. And I wonder if we can cut that even more, because it's like, it's probably more likely that, like, there's not going to be, we should start with the most likely condition first, which is the most likely condition is that there are going to be a bunch of entities in your range that you shouldn't even attack, right? A bunch of friendlies. And then the next most likely one is that there's going to be a bunch of dead people that we don't care about. And then the next most likely one is that it's yourself. Well, then we do the distance check at the very end. So location based, but like most of them are going to be within your location, I think, so. Well, we're just gonna keep tinkering with this and seeing which ones make it faster, which ones make it slower, which maybe let's grab a better, let's grab an average now. Oh, Jesus. Grab our averages. Target processor. 127 average, 163 median. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. One where I want to run the entire world. So I'm building my own ECS system to do that, because I want it to be very, very, very efficient. Yeah, let's run it. Honestly, probably doing this in batches may even be better. Although I would have to allocate memory and stuff for that. I don't know. I don't know if that would be better or not. The memory allocation would be the bad part if I did it in batches, because I'd have to allocate like which entities have the proper faction and which ones don't and whatnot. I think I would at least. Down to 80, actually. Down to 80. Getting better. Yeah, down. Wow, that dude, we're making huge impacts on that. So yeah, just changing that one to first because of the cache locality. Because of the cache locality there. How big is the aggro, the faction data? 184. Damn. Because faction is 184. Faction, oh yeah. I bet we could cut this down, actually. I bet we could cut this down even more. Because I don't need all this data in one. I should partition this. Yeah, we should split this up. I bet we can get even better. Because all I need is aggro towards other factions. I don't get how C++ can translate to simulated physics in a virtual computer. Do you know a video that explains how that works? No, not off the top of my head. I mean, what you're asking is just kind of a general question on how game engines work. So I would probably search for something along those lines. But like I can tell you how, like, I have my own velocity processor, and that is mainly how my physics work. I don't really handle collisions all too much, but I can kind of give you a base understanding, I think. So velocity is a vector, right? Which a vector can be a direction and a magnitude. And you basically just have a vector for velocity and a vector for location. I say vector because that's the Unreal Engine term. I think vector, I think that's the standard term, a vector, yeah. So a vector, you know, it's an XYZ. And so you have an XYZ, which means you'll have a location XYZ for like a position in the world for like your entity. You can apply some velocity to it. And so like for me, my entities might want to run towards another entity. What I need to do is I just need to take their two locations. What you can do is subtract the target location from the start location. That'll give you the direction. And so then I can just add velocity equal to, you know, whatever I want the max speed to be on that entity. I can just set the velocity to that direction, you know, with the magnitude being that max speed. And then what you can do is in whatever velocity process you have, you take your location and you apply that velocity to the location, which when you multiply it, and then when you multiply location by the velocity, and then also you need to multiply it by the amount of time that has passed, which is your delta time, like a delta seconds, which is your frame rate, right? You'll want to multiply by your frame rate to move him, you know, that distance, that velocity distance each frame. And, you know, if your frame rate's high enough, that looks very smooth and you can't even tell, right? So that's how something like velocity gets processed. Now, collisions, you know, we start to get more complicated there. Collisions at the end of the day are just a geometry problem. And so for me, I do handle a little bit of collisions in a custom way myself. Like for some of my projectiles, every frame, I can check if they are within the bounding cylinder that I use to represent an entity. And so a bounding cylinder is represented by an entity in the form of a radius, a pawn radius, and a half height. So you have the half height of the cylinder and then the radius of the pawn. Those two things together, plus the location, I can determine if anything is intersecting with it, right? And then I check that when I need to. So it's just a combination of geometry and like velocity, basically. Do you have a name? No, my mother never named me, actually, which is kind of weird. Kind of weird that happened like that. for the game. No, I don't. I don't have one for the game. And the game is just called My Project at the moment. But yeah, I want to split this up. I want to split up the faction data. So we can have the faction def, and then we can have the faction aggro data. So let's do that. Faction aggro entity data. And so I'm going to just probably duplicate this data for now. Is that muted breakpoint? Use struct f faction aggro data. Get rid of that. Okay. So all I want in here is this aggro towards other factions. Yeah. I think we could do, I guess we can't do a forward declare, but we can import that there. And what I'll do is we just need to register this with our system. Where is faction at? Faction. So we want faction f faction aggro entity data. And I think just when we initialize it, because I don't actually need to add it to my entities or anything, but like when we initialize probably the proxy actor, we can do it, because I know faction is in here. If I spell it right, it's in here. So what I can do is we can just create a little piece of faction entity data, faction aggro entity data. We will need to import that. Faction aggro data. And then let's get the aggro towards other factions. We're going to set that equal to the faction data dot faction dot aggro towards other factions. There we go. So we're just going to copy the data for now and see how well it works. Let's also add it, make sure we add it to our subsystem here. Entity subsystem, you add entity data. Okay, there we go. Faction aggro data. Perfect. That's in there. And then we're going to change our target processor to operate on that instead. And it's a much smaller piece of data. So what's going to happen is that we're going to benefit from cache locality like 10 times more. Like, look how big this data is. 80. Fuck. Okay, that's kind of big. But it's 80 up from, or down from like 100 something. What was it? What was it? Faction entity data is 180. So we've cut off 100 bytes of data. That's a big improvement. It's a big improvement. Let's make another one of these. Get aggro between faction aggro. This is such a weird name. This is F faction aggro entity data. To faction. Oh, I don't have the faction name, do I? Huh. Yeah, we'll have to copy that in there as well, I suppose. How big is F name? F name is 12 bytes. F string is 16 bytes. T enum as byte. Wait, how big is that? Yeah, because we want that. Faction name. I can't see how big the E faction name is. We can do a uint 8. Maybe that helps the size a little bit. 88. Those 8 bytes. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Okay, but we will want to create that declaration. Let's make sure it's static. And then faction aggro entity data. Wire that up. Okay, then I'll want to make sure I copy that over to has any initiated tag. So change this to I guess just change that to this type. Okay, so that resolves. Then I need to go into the proxy actor and update it there as well. We'll need to copy that over, the faction name. Faction data, faction name. Okay. Rebuild that. That is not a blueprint type. I just copied that over. Wait a second. I mean, I don't need it to be a blueprint type at all. I don't know why that's the case though. Yankee, thanks for the sub, my dude. It's not supported by blueprint. Fine. I don't care. We don't need that blueprints. Circular dependency, faction world subsystem requires aggro data, which requires world subsystem. Enum E faction name enum. Wait, can I forward declare enums or no? Oh. Uint 8. There we go. Action name, aggro type. Okay. Aggro type, let's do uint 8 as well. Okay, now rebuild it. Now rebuild it. I want to be a STD, an SDE, and I'm doing system design very well, but when I start DSA, my teeth start to stutter. Any suggestion on how I get over my fear? I mean, you just got to become friends with your fear, right? You got to become friends with the enemy. Odd Oculus, welcome in, my dude. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. How's it going, brother? How's it going? We've been cooking on the ECS system here for about 3 weeks, and we've seen some pretty substantial performance benefits. And now we're trying to tackle my problem child here, which is my targeting processor, because it's got to do like a nested loop, basically. It's like for every entity, you know, I've got to check all the other entities and see if they're in range, you know. What are you mad at? What are you mad at here? Yeah, yeah. Why are you mad at that? Why are you mad at that? Oh, it doesn't have the thing. Oh, yeah. I kind of hate that I made that decision. Like require this on every single one, but it's good. It's good because then it's gonna it's for debug. It's for debugging. It's good. I keep telling myself it's good, and we'll just leave it blank. I'm just gonna leave it blank. I don't have a name for the game. The name is just my project. Okay, so compile. Compile. Okay, so what I just tried to do here is I tried to split apart my faction data into smaller pieces so that I can benefit from a higher level of cache locality. So that when we do these for loops, we can grab more data from the cache line that's relevant. Wait, how is an enum fucking 8 bytes? Do I need it to be that big? A float is 4 bytes. Why are you mad here, huh? Why are you mad? Oh, do I need to... Did I not... no, I put it in there. See reference, blah, 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 blah. Target processor. Ah, yes, I see it now. I see it now. Faction data was incorrect. Yeah, okay, so now let's rebuild here. Do you want to see the worst bit of C++ I've ever written? Look at how nasty this is. Look at how nasty that code is. Yeah, I saw the GIFs updates too. I didn't, that was one I was unaware of, but they've been getting pushed into shorts feeds. That's been happening. If it's nasty, it must be fast. That is the case. That is the case. Okay, let's see how bad it is now. So we're running like our worst processor, right? So this is 2,000 entities where each entity needs to iterate over each other entity, which is bad. Don't do this at home, kids. Yeah, but the GIFs thing, it's like, how are GIFs that much different than super chats, you know? Wow, we're actually under 125 milliseconds per frame, which is kind of crazy. Let's see how bad it is now, though. Let's see how much it is. I just need a few frames here. Just grab me a random frame. Wait, what was happening there? We're still at 63. What was it in the last one? $83. So we got about 20 milliseconds off of that, and let's like actually validate those. Let's actually validate the averages and stuff there. Yeah, it's really just the target processor is the absolute worst. Oh, so we're actually seeing like 89 median there. Wait, how did it get slower? What? No, that's not right. There's no way that got slower. I mean, I guess that's if that's the case, then we just aren't really taking advantage of the cache locality at all. At all. And like for reference, this processor used to take 2 seconds to run, so 2,000 milliseconds to run, and now it only takes 60 to 80 is what I'm seeing. Yeah, I'm just using the editor stuff for like, I don't want to run a standalone one every fucking time I make a change, you know. I'm just using it for relative stuff. It's still like 88. Like, how big is a map? Is it better? Would it just be better to iterate over a list of factions rather than doing a map here? That would be interesting, right? Oh yeah, and if someone gifts me using the new gift thing, I can have a chance to... I should have turned it on. Although I don't see it. But it's like you get entered for a chance to win $1,000 or something. Can you use ChatGPT? No, I'm actually incapable of it, which is weird. I'm incapable of it because I'm not a normie. That's why. It's an affliction called not being a normie, not being an absolute normie. Boom! Hey, get out of here. Get out of here. Welcome in, Boom. Hope all is well. I'm trying to get my processors to process better. Yeah, I'm kind of at the almost limit of this. So it's like, if they're not the proper, like, first of all, if they don't have any initiate attack factions, we don't need to iterate over anything, right? So that's the biggest performance improvement. That's what we're gonna do. And then we do the check for the faction if all these other entities. Let's do the test where we actually do a realistic one. And we move the the spawning across the entire world, because there's like, in my game there's never going to be a scenario that I just showed where there's 2,000 all in one location. Like, that's just never going to happen. Let's spawn them all throughout the world to get a bit more realistic depiction here. Let's see how that's running in comparison. Okay, so this is 2,000 entities, and they're all spawned. Okay. Start tracing. So yeah, markedly better. Oh, Boom got verified. Grats, Boom. Did you rip the compass from Lyra? No, I ripped it from a YouTube tutorial. Is there one in Lyra? That one's probably better. I got verified 3 years ago. Oh, okay, so it's not new. Okay, target processor in a realistic scenario running at 15 milliseconds. 15 milliseconds. Yeah, in a realistic scenario, the targeting processor is a lot better, but like that's still my biggest bottleneck in terms of processors that run every frame. I maybe don't want to run that every frame, right? I wonder if I could time slice that a little bit, like do kind of like an every other or a max number of entities per frame, and then like make sure that we just cycle through them all. I'd have to write that into the ECS system though. I don't know if it'd be a max number or a max amount of time. It would be a time slice, so it'd be a max amount of time. Yeah, yeah. So like, I don't know. Is this a realistic depiction? There's more. There's like, there's 2,000, so. Odd, you getting back into the streaming game? I haven't seen you on in a while. You're doing a lot of research. Okay, let's turn this back down to 2,000 for the radius that we're spawning in. And then for spawner, let's go just to 1,000. See how much better that runs. Oh yeah, that dude, it runs so much better than 2,000. 2,000 is like heavy. So dude, I can run 1,000 things all in one location very easily. I guess it just scales so poorly. It just scales so poorly. Yeah, 21 milliseconds median time. So yeah, that's actually, it's so crazy. That's so crazy actually. That is so crazy. So let's spawn another 1,000 here. Spawning another 1,000. Okay, so now we're at 2,000. And then this is like, runs like absolute dog water. So crazy how poorly that scales. I mean, I know it's because it's an n time. It's kind of like an n times m time complexity. But yeah, dude, that scales so poorly. Let's look at some of this. Let's look at some of this. Iterate out entities. Yeah, soon. I can't do it the way I was doing it though. It needs to be multi-stream with separate dev versus game shorts. Wait, what do you mean? With separate dev versus game shorts. Are you saying that you're going to play games on YouTube Shorts? Or what? Or you're just trying to multi-stream to YouTube Shorts? Iterate out entities. What is this? Within dist. Yeah, that's gonna be an absolute blip on the radar. Oh, we never get there though. Yeah, we never get there. I need to separate developer content like UE tutorials or writer hacks and gamer content showing off oddstone features. Well-edited gaming content is literally 100 times more impressions. Yeah. And then shorts just kind of exist as a way to get exposure for your channel. Like, you don't actually generate that much revenue from it, from what I've seen. Not really basing that on my own analytics, because I have very little, but from what I've seen on, like, posts and stuff. Like, shorts don't actually make that much money. It's the longer form videos that do. Yeah, I want to make a few videos myself. Definitely not going to be my main goal, but like editing videos is hard, man. It's kind of a pain in the ass. DaVinci Resolve, is that the program to edit videos? I don't know. I've never edited a video before. Get good so that it doesn't take so long, or pay an editor. Or pay an editor to do it. Let's do another check here. Should I run one with combat to see? I mean, in combat, it actually gets a lot better because they don't need to iterate. They don't need to do this if they already have a target. It's so lame, like how small of... It's so lame how small of a piece of gameplay this is and how large of amount of a time it takes up. Like, this is literally only for entities that are not current, that don't currently have a target, that are alive, and that have some faction that they can initiate attacks on. And it takes forever. And I was thinking that, like, maybe there's some way to store entities based on faction as well. But that's just going to... That's going to be so complicated to manage because I'm already storing them by archetype for faster iteration speed, and then I'm also storing them by spatial chunk to help with the large scale case, you know, which is imperative. We need to do that. It's not really actually doing that much here because they're probably all they're iterating over every other one because they're so close anyway. Let's play with the chunk size. Let's play with that. Let's take that down to 1,000 and see what happens there. Maybe it's a little bit better. We'll see. So this is 2,000. Go to 2,000. So we were rocking like 80. We'll say 85 milliseconds. Can you code me a girlfriend in your game? Bro, ChatGPT exists. Just go goon over there. I feel like I feel like this feels like it's running better. I feel like it feels better. Yes. Have you sampled vertex color in a custom PCG node before? Yes. Well, am I actually sampling the vertex color? Well, no, I'm sampling the data that I use for vertex color. But I'm pretty sure if you play around with the world hit ray query, the thing that actually samples points, it has a built-in thing for that. 98. Okay, that actually took longer. It actually took longer. Smaller chunk equal longer. Built-in? Yeah, let me take a peek here. Where's my forest thing go? Get reference to render material. Get UV chords. Will only work in complex traces. And you need to turn on support UV from hit results. No, that's not really... apply metadata from landscape. Get reference to physical material. Trace complex. Ooh. Set render material index. So for me, my own chunk surface sampler kind of has that data baked in. So I of course I wrote it myself. How about that? Let's go to the world. Spills coffee. Yeah, I would check that node. I don't know if any of those suit your needs. 711, 712. A nice flat world, yes. Beautiful. Yeah, nothing built in is allowed here. Yeah, I wasn't happy with the like physical material limitations. And so like if I do generate and show vertex data, here's my vertex colors essentially. There they are. And I actually wrote a system to blend between an infinite amount of vertex colors rather than just 4. And I can prove that. So this same data is what I use in PCG. So let's look at, well, I guess we need to look at the forest graph, right? I just like a debug show. So I'm filtering by like, just give me one that has like a little bit of everything. There we go. That's probably good. So here, some additional data, the terrain material type here. So it's like grass. And then I can do some filters on that. So this is filtering for things inside grass. There you go. So that's how things aren't spawned on like rock. You know, I'm not spawning grass on top of the rock, right? It's based on the physical material that exists there. And so if you're using physical materials, it seems like that's built in. I don't know if the vertex colors are or not. But this is the same data that I pass in to the vertex colors. I don't think I get the I don't think I actually use Terrain chunks. Good vertex data. No, I store it separately. So a little bit more memory, but I need that anyways for like gameplay things. And so like that same data is what controls like my footstep sounds. If you listen, it'll change. Of course, right when we change it. Okay, so this is grass. Now it's dirt, and there's a little bit of stone here. So yeah, that's the same data. And eventually I'll use that for like, I want like a bug faction or a bug race, and they're gonna spread creep, you know, very Zerg-like. And so I want the move speed to be slower on that terrain. Right, and I'll also need it for like the deformations. It's because like you want dirt to react differently than stone. Of course that's terrible. So you referenced world hit ray query node and made your own. Yeah, so that's how I got around not needing collision at all. So like my PCG doesn't need collision anymore because it just uses the raw data from my terrain chunk output. So like all this stuff here, like there's no terrain chunk here. Like the mesh isn't just invisible, it's straight up deleted. Like I still have the nav mesh there as well because it's just using the raw triangle data from my terrain chunk, my procedural generation. So like it knows that there's going to be a tunnel there because it has access, because this terrain chunk processor, or what do I call it? The chunk surface sampler. Just calculate point using barycentric coordinates to ensure the point stays on the same plane as the triangle. And but yeah, it works in the same way. The sampler, like you can, when you connect a world hit ray query, you connect it to like a surface sampler to create points. But I just do that all in one go, and I use the same thing. And I can give it like how many, what the density of the points is that I want. And I can filter by like normals as well. If I only want surface, if I want only like the overhangs for the caves or like the bottoms, you know, there's a lot I can do with it. So this is like what powers generating all the points, and will let me run the whole world without ever having any meshes or any collision turned on. Yeah. So yeah, no mesh there. Gonna need all those features. Yeah, I need Prismatica to finish up with his water plugin, so I can use that and not have to figure out how water works, you know? But yeah, same thing for like the caves. Like I spawn, do I have I have like a default caves graph. There we go. And so like, this is like filter by grass, so anything that's not grass. And if it's ground, that's going to be like, it could be rubble, or it could be stalactites or roots, like. And so like the stalactites are only from stone. The spiky rocks only go on stone. Ceiling, roots. Yeah, so like putting a debug on that. Should debug here in a second. I hope. Yeah, the roots only spawn from ground on ceilings, right? Can you do your thing? I sent you my debug, please respond. Yeah, my PCG doesn't like to rerun very much. Dare I click force regen? There we go. But you can see like those points are only on the ceiling because I filtered them by their impact normal, or not their impact. Yeah, their impact normal, because I get normal information when I like query the spatial data, the triangle terrain data. I know what direction it's supposed to be facing as well. So I have the normals, I have the position, I have the vertex colors as well, and so all that comes together into me being like, hey, yeah, put roots on ceiling, on dirt ceiling. Don't put them on stone ceiling. Yeah. I never PCG'd before, but now I can with the stolen spaghetti. Hey, that's fair. My only ask is if you do something cool with it, you have to share it with me. Right, I showed you yours, now you have to show me. Wait, no, I showed you mine, now you have to show me yours. That's how that saying goes. I think the mushrooms, I do the same thing with the mushrooms, although they're not, they only grow on dirt, I think. I don't think there's any stone growing mushrooms. Greeny boys. I showed you yours. Now show me mine. Yeah, yeah. I said it backwards. I said it backwards. Let's do a new seed. 712, 713. I'll find a good one. Oh, that's all ocean. Yeah, look at that terrain. Isn't that sick, guys? A little bit more exciting. It's still all flat terrain noise, though. Give me a good seed. I want a good seed. A mid seed, another mid seed. I need more terrain noises, man. They're all blending together for me. All right, I at least need to use the altitudinal ones, the ones that have like a high altitude curve. There we go. There's a good seed. Look at that one. Okay. There's some interesting terrain. Whee. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I need to get off and do work, unfortunately. But I don't want to. I'm procrastinating. Ow. Give me the sunflowers. Give them to me. Give them to me. It's a nice cave. It's a nice... Look at all those mushrooms. Stop it. What's the next main gameplay feature? Well, before I switched over to the ECS stuff, I was just working on Colony Sim tasks. So probably just more Colony Sim stuff, like colony raids and whatnot. Well, I need to refactor the building system as well. But yeah, just more Colony Sim things. I worked on like hauling and stuff, so I have this nice little terrain voxel algorithm here. that like follows the terrain. This would be how you like, hey, go here and, you know, collect sunflowers in this area. Or like you can store things in this area, right? So you can like plop. You can just start plopping stuff down into storage, and it'll like, this is like a little voxel storage area. So they can like do you know, storage related things and their storage settings and stuff. Hey, construct things and go chop trees in this area. Or you can even just say like, hey, go stay within this area to make sure they don't do anything like stupid, you know? Yeah. Pink. Nice and pink. I did foraging, I did construction. We need to do some more though. I need to do like tree chopping and mining. Probably the next big ones that I'll do. But yeah, just making the colony simulation actually like do things and have a loop. I think there's already like a bit of a loop, like my first little loop, and that's just like you can keep them from being hungry, although being hungry doesn't do anything. But they'll actually like grab food from storage or like from within a storage container. So you can like put things in it, like that's food. And so like if I had a colonist here and he got hungry, he would actually go here and grab that food and eat it. And if there was none in your colony storage, he would go search for some. Yeah, I need to get the ECS ironclad though, because I need to write like kind of like an entity invoker system. Because like I'll have a bunch of NPCs, a bunch of entities that just kind of exist just to fight, you know, and they'll just kind of wander around and do nothing really. And so I don't need those ones running at all times, right? But I would want them to run if they come within the radius of, come within distance of, you know, some important entity like a colonist or something. So that's what I'll need to write next, I think, after I get done with performance improvements. But I really want to get that ironclad before I go further with the systems. Oh dear. Oh dear. Ow. Okay. Well, that's just kind of how life goes sometimes. Sometimes you just fall down into a cave. And you gotta get yourself out. And sometimes that cave is having to go to work, which is what I have to do now. So I'm gonna find someone to rate. Who is streaming? Who's streaming right now? Imaginary Villain is streaming. I don't get a huge chance to raid him very often, and he raids me quite often. So I'm gonna send you guys over to him. He's working on a 3D platformer, like a Metroidvania, called Poppet Quest, and I believe he has a Steam page now, if I remember correctly. So you should check that out and ask him about it if you're unaware. And it's actually it's one of those games where you're like a small person in like a regular sized world, but like you play as like a doll, right? And so there's a lot of really cool things he does with the level design, and he has like little secrets in the world and stuff like that. So it's a pretty neat game. It's a pretty neat game. Oh, I should rate him over on YouTube as well, because he does YouTube. Let me set up the live redirect on YouTube and we'll get out of here. Yeah, Imaginary Villain. I don't think the shorts live redirects work. I'm not 100% sure though. It just kind of ends. Okay, but we have that redirect set up, so that's gonna be it for me. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Good to see you. Boom, you as well. Thanks for all the subs and follows and everything, everyone. And hopefully I will see you guys some more this weekend for some more game dev. So until then, take care. Until then, take care.